time, we'll honor the flag and pledge allegiance. Please stand if you're able to. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Planning Commission serves as an advisory board of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors on land use matters, including zoning, development proposals, and planning policy affecting the county. Members of the public may comment on any item on tonight's agenda when that item is called. Please wait to be recognized by the chair and direct your comments to the commission. We ask that speakers maintain respectful conduct and keep comments within the allotted time so everyone has an opportunity to be heard. I'll now open the general public comment period to items not listed on the agenda, but within the subject jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. Is there any public comment in the room?
I want to say thank you very much to staff for getting all of the literature out and the time for question and taking all the public comments and public and also really important and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, that we cannot hear on Zoom the speakers.
I may have signed it. It's on our end. This document in front of me.
Matt Jefferson, Trinity Center. I just specifically introduced new data pertaining to the odor, or I'm going to call it the aroma control plan. Would it be appropriate for me to talk about that now, or is there going to be another time? So I feel like maybe we already talked about that at the last meeting.
Yeah, you can proceed.
So yeah, I just want to point out how you can figure out that you could quantify a 7-to-1.
Hey, would you mind holding on real quick to make sure that Zoom can, they
Zoom
can hear you on
audience,
Zoom?
can you hear us?
Yes, we can now. I couldn't hear Rhoda.
Thank you.
Yeah, proceed, Matt.
But without going into crazy detail, I'm hoping you guys have read my comments. I submitted sources that quoted all of this, but we're talking about a 7-to-1 concentration on terpene content. And there's like 5 or 6 primary terpenes that are in the cannabis plant, which are also present in coyote mint that grows in plethora around every inch of our county. So I can go down a road in my neighborhood that has no cannabis growing on it, and there will be a light concentration of the exact same terpenes as cannabis. And if that's where the base model or whatever was started, you could then go up that road where there's still no cannabis, and you could achieve a 7-to-1 quantification on the exact same terpenes that my plants are producing. So this aroma, just new data, I have no idea how you would be able to, that this would stand up if somebody litigated it. Like, then nature would need an aroma control plan. Because every inch, like, there's like 6 different plants that have all the terpenes. My serine really dominant is in cannabis. And those are in like 6 to ponderosa pine. It's all over everything. So to say terpenes and the aroma is jeopardizing the health and safety of people, would say walking through the woods is also doing the same. So it seems kind of like that should be adjusted.
Thank you.
Really quickly before I get too into the weeds,
State your name, please, for the record.
see if I'm going to talk first. 17.95, are you going to be touching that later, or do I need to address that in general public comment?
What part of 17.95?
17.95.40. It's in your backup material, but after reading the staff report, I'm not sure what we're going to be covering. I just don't want to speak now if I should be speaking later.
Drew, could you provide clarity on what section that is?
I'm having some computer issues at the moment, so presently, no, I cannot provide any clarity.
Okay.
Livestock in residential areas.
That was discussed at our last
Okay, so
meeting.
then I will speak to it here, because Dan Fraser, Hettenshaw. There's an issue I see with this, basically with everything I've read in this zoning document that shows me that Mintier Harnish is definitely not from Trinity County. Okay, the amount of time that's spent on apiaries, number one, is not. But this animal husbandry section where it's stricken through livestock and residential areas and it's renamed animal husbandry. If you read that, we now put the same restrictions on Lone Pine Ranch as we do on an R1 in Weaverville for animal concentrations and for structures for housing. So I don't know for sure. I'm just guessing, but I know there's at least 3 ranches in my area that you're talking 600 head of cows. So 1,200 head of large animals. The requirements in this document to house said animals would be 96,000 square feet of roof. You can't do that. So what I'm saying is Trinity County, we shouldn't be, our zoning ordinances shouldn't be gunned at urbanizing our county. That's what this looks like to me. We have a whole section on how we can get a bonus for density, but at the same time, we're not going to allow the density of cattle on a ranch that you would allow people in Weaverville. So you guys really need to be paying attention to this stuff. I don't, this isn't intentional, this is ignorance. But we can't have these kind of things in Trinity County. To me, the idea behind zoning and land use is to protect the culture and the integrity of your community. Any change that happens should be slow and it should be organic. And we shouldn't be in completely changing the whole dynamic of Trinity County because somebody that wrote this paper doesn't know what Trinity County even is. Okay. There are people that say Trinity County killed the goose that laid the golden egg with cannabis. I'm going to tell you, cannabis was not the goose. It's the golden egg. And what we're doing here now will kill the goose because the goose is our freedom to actually do what we can to make a living on our land. And you guys have the opportunity to either end it or protect it.
Any more public comment in the room?
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Taylor, I'm Coffee Creek. I just want to go briefly, I hope I'm not overstepping. When you're reviewing new ordinances, the Planning Commission has a huge obligation, and I want to thank you for your hard work. The commission must remain objective. The commission must put all personal feelings aside and look at both sides objectively. The commission must be able to balance the benefit of negative and impacts on the whole community. I hope you are up to the task. With the cannabis ordinance, as with many ordinances, there are 2 sides to the story. And there are cultivators who want to make their livelihood and want to make as much money as they possibly can. And there's others in the community that do not want the negative impacts brought onto their community. For example, smell. I know many farmers disagree. In fact, many say they don't understand why we have a problem with smell.
Pardon me, is this regarding the opt-out zone?
No, it's regarding smell of cannabis.
Okay.
So I think that what's happened is the growers are desensitized to the smell. It's like smoking cigarettes. If you are smoking cigarettes, you don't realize how bad it smells. You just get desensitized. So I'd like you to take that into consideration when you're writing an ordinance that maybe there's other people in the community that don't like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment in the room?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm Pat Frost from Covington Mill in Trinity Center community. And I really just want to comment, I know how hard the staff have been working and continue to work on all of your issues. But I do think, and I want to get on the record, that there clearly were problems with advertising and noticing today's meeting for the public. There's a good crowd here, but those are only the people who've somehow figured out that there was a meeting today at 2 p.m. Last week's ad in the newspaper advertised a meeting for January 22nd. An advertisement in the newspaper only yesterday, 1 day ago, if you pick up your paper by 2 p.m, noticed that there was a meeting today at 2 p.m. And I think that's really problematic, and it will cast shadows on the legitimacy of some of the things that you engage in today. And I really think you've got to do better to advertise and emphasize the transparency of everything that you do for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Is there any more public comment in the room? If not, we'll go to Zoom.
Yeah, we have a speaker for Tom Balenko.
Go ahead, Tom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Tom Balenko, Douglas City. My apologies. I'm commenting on a previous topic. I do appreciate that the commission is having these daytime meetings. I think it's the only manageable way to get through all this material. It's just been difficult for me to get there in person. So my apologies for using the robots, but they're here to serve us. What I wanted to just go back to, there were some questions at the last session about what Trinity has historically called the personal grow, which kind of combines with medical, and what that looks like moving forward. I wanted to emphasize a lot of people are under the impression that Prop 64, when it was enacted, effectively repealed Prop 215 and the medical framework that had, to varying degrees of success, been predominant in California for nearly 20 years. And the Attorney General has spoken to this several years ago now. I think it was 2020, 2019. I want to circulate that to the commission, so I'll send it to the clerk after my comments. It's 16 pages. It's kind of thick reading, but it does give a nice summary of cannabis in California in the law, starting with Prop 215. Long story short, if there is such a thing for a lawyer talking, is that the collective cooperative model that was part of Prop 215 is still recognized in the not just post Prop 64, but post Mount Cursa, the Senate Bill 94, the legislation that kind of implemented and harmonized the state legislative framework for medical cannabis with the adult use initiative. Anyway, in that post era, medical collectives are still allowed to operate with up to 5 patients. The criteria for being a patient has been significantly tightened, but it's still, the cannabis cannot be commercial. You can't suddenly turn around and sell it. But I think it is still an important component. Lest we forget, cannabis is many things to many people, but among them, it is still medicine. So I would like to see the county harmonize our policy with state law. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
We also have Steve.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Steve.
Hey, this is Steve from Junction City. Thanks for again holding these planning sessions. I know this is general comments, and I guess my general comment is which you've probably heard before, but I'm just going to say it again to reiterate it is I have a 1/4 acre of cannabis in my backyard, and this county has made it unbearable for most of us to continue participating. And just as we go through these regulations, it's a thick document. Personally, I don't have time to go through every little bit. I trust that our planning commissioners, who I know y'all don't get paid, so what an honorable thing y'all are doing to do this. But as you go through that, just keep in mind, these are businesses with employees that support our local community. Let's keep the money in the community wherever possible. Let's make it relatively easy to run and operate a business. And I appreciate y'all's time, and let's help Trinity County grow.
Thank you, Steve.
Those are all the comments.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to the regular calendar, community development, planning, additional study session, Trinity County Zoning Code, parts 2, 4, and 7.
Chair, I have some disclosure items before we move into this agenda item, if I may.
Yeah, proceed.
Okay. So after the last meeting, I spoke to staff. I had questions about the staff report and the Minter Harnish proposal. And so one of the things that we talked about was the previous workshops that we had in 2022 with Heidi Schuden about cannabis. She called them exclusion zones, and the tables where you could have different uses in different opt-out areas and so forth, because I was noting that the Minter Harnish proposal has all the uses the same. And so I talked to staff about that. I also asked them about one of the earlier, they already have them. One of the earlier recommendations from those workshops with Ms. Schuden, who, by the way, was a land use planner hired by the county to help us do the earlier draft of the cannabis ordinance, exclusion zones. And at that time, the Planning Commission requested that there be a mechanism to amend the opt-out areas, and that was also not in the Minter Harnish report. So I sent staff an email, and there's copies, just refreshing memory about those earlier workshops where we spent.
Hey, Carol, if I may, we will be discussing thoroughly the opt-out zone
But
later
for
on.
disclosure, for
Mhm.
Brown Act, if I could just finish.
Mhm.
Okay, so that email was sent to staff. And I also was concerned about the lack of public notice about what was being considered in the study areas and study sessions and zoning. So I sent an email to 5 people talking about treating all the overlay zones the same versus allowing differences, about potentially amending them, having amendments. And I want to read the third point I made. I asked planning staff if current opt-out areas will go away. They said that's not planned, but is a potential. The cannabis opt-out overlay zone proposed by the consultant only lists the 3 new opt-out areas, not the original ones. This language is very confusing, unquote. That's what I emailed out. And so I think as a result of that, that might be why some of the people are here today. And so I just wanted to say I communicated with staff, I communicated with my constituents, did not communicate that with the board members as per Brown Act, but I am giving them copies of the documents that I sent out, and there are documents there for the public. So I just wanted to bring that up in open session again, so that we're all on the same level playing field regarding the Brown Act, since that's kind of the idea of that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that, Carol. So in the respective time for this study session, we have about until 5:30. We're going to break at 5:30 and then start the regular meeting at 6 o'clock. So we have 3 hours. So we're going to prioritize land uses in the zoning code, or the tables for cannabis usage, followed by the opt-outs. And then after that, if there is still time, we could delve deeper into the ordinance itself. Drew, if you may.
Okay, well,
Sure, give me, so if I'm tracking, then, we left off on page 18 of the overall cannabis section of zoning code. And so we're gonna jump to the tables now and review the tables. So give me a sec to share the screen and we'll
Yeah.
proceed.
So is there any clarifying questions for staff about the first cannabis zoning code, which would be?
seeing it yet.
Mm.
I'm not seeing it.
I believe we're starting with the resource zoning.
I have a question for staff.
There we go.
Drew, on the everything we did at the last meeting, where we were making suggestions, do those go into the rough draft?
So, for this specific portion of zoning code and all of the other, pushing 28, 25 plus hours of meetings that we've had as study sessions, all of those comments will be reviewed by Mentor Harnish and staff, and then a revised public review draft will be released in May.
Okay, with all our suggestions hopefully in there? Or do we have to actually make a motion and specify, or when we talk about it, is that enough?
No, I would say that the comments where there was consensus from the commission will be evaluated and included into the potential revisions from the versions that have been presented over the course of this last several months and all of the study sessions that we've had.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. So we're at resource zoning in the tables. Is there any clarifying questions for staff before we open it up for public to?
So I tried to explain this before, and I'm not sure how to go about commenting. So what is in chapter 1743 currently does not match what is in part 2, the tables. So if I can give you an example, in 1743, distribution is allowed in ag forest, but on the table, it's in ag preserve. And there's a whole bunch of other changes where it doesn't match up between 1743 and part 2. So do you want me to kind of do that each time?
I mean, I'm assuming this is where we're going to, hash that out. And wherever we make changes in this table, it will be addressed. Sorry. Is it, if we make changes in the tables, then that will reflect in the proposed zoning code?
Correct.
Yeah.
So what's discussed here, we will update and reflect in the written version and make it all consistent with each other.
Well, in that case, my question is why the change? Why is C1 dropped out of distribution, but C2 and 3 added, and so forth? Why did all those changes get made?
For those sections, since that's in commercial, can we discuss that under the commercial when we're able to all view the same table at the same time?
Okay, well then I'll stick to a resource. Why was added and ag forest dropped? Ag preserve is a minimum of 100 acres of ag production, and it's specifically to preserve agricultural land. So why would you include ag preserve but drop ag forest?
From cultivation,
Distribution on
distribution.
the table.
I would say that that's likely just an error. So thanks for bringing that to our attention.
Okay.
Any other clarifying comments for staff?
Same thing for nursery. Ag preserve was in 1743, ag forest is in part 2. That actually makes more sense, but was that what was intended?
I can only assume that that was also just miscorrelated.
Okay.
Fellow commissioners? Okay, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Let's please keep it to the resource zoning. We have a long night ahead of us. Thank you.
Rhoda Kane, Coffee Creek Trinity Center. So my main comment, and it's probably going to come up on every one of these charts, is related to micro business. And it says micro business would be allowed with a director's use permit or a conditional use permit. But in order to get a micro business license, you need to hold multiple license, and distribution's one of those. So either it's a de facto ban on micro business. If you don't allow the other license types that are required to get micro business, then you're in fact just making a de facto ban on micro business. So.
You know, since this is a study session and I want to keep on point to the questions, I'd like to ask staff about that question. Drew, isn't it such in the ordinance where a distribution with a micro business is different than a standalone distribution license?
I would say that that's a place where our current ordinance is lacking clarity.
Okay.
In the sense that in the microbusiness section related to distribution, it says that the provisions of the full distribution section apply, which is why, if you guys recall, a few months back, we had a microbusiness CUP come before you all because they wanted to include distribution into that CUP, and per existing code, it was required for it to come to the Planning Commission as a CUP. To the comment of, at least in this, in this category of resource, I'm not seeing that we are preventing effectively micro businesses, as with the exception of the comments that Carol made in Ag Preserve, we're now allowing for these uses, which would enable folks to get the 3 uses required to then get a micro business.
Yeah.
We also included, limitedly, at least in ag, the ability to do retail storefront. And then if and when today we get into the microbusiness section of code, you'll see that retail has now been included into microbusiness to be consistent with state regs, in the sense that microbusiness at the state level, per my understanding, does not need to be confined to a single parcel. And so that's something that we've tried to address in the section.
Right on. Thank you, Drew. Any more public comment?
Sorry, can I ask a clarifying question, please? So I just, for the primary use, so if the primary use is residence and then use as agriculture on these properties, as this is the resource zones, having the microbusiness as an accessory use will still require a director's or a CUP, correct? Or if it's an accessory use, is there a way to make it permitted by right?
I guess in concept, any use could conceptually be permitted by right. However, that is not the historical trend that Trinity has, chosen to create. I'm not sure if I'm fully following your question.
So if the micro business is accessory and not the primary use of the property, then they still need the directors and the CUP, correct? As it currently is written.
As it currently stands, micro business would be a DUP or CUP regardless of the zoning district.
Okay, thank you.
And they need a cultivation license to be a micro business, correct?
No,
You've deleted that requirement?
we didn't delete that requirement per se, but basically to align with the state, you need 3 uses to be a micro business, not necessarily cultivation, but that is historically what happened in Trinity. And so we've revised that somewhat to allow for a micro business to meet the state requirement of micro business so that we're consistent, but not confine it to only cultivation sites as a singular location.
Thank you, Drew. Let's proceed with public comment. Yeah.
Can I ask one more clarifying question? So in the definitions, it says micro business is defined as the cultivation of cannabis and or manufacture. So you're saying that's a and or. Okay, I get it. You don't need the cultivation. Got it. Thank you.
Sure. Commissioners, Adrian Keys from Hayfork. Just kind of on a general take on how the DUPs and CUPs are being applied across the board, starting with this one. It'll again come up likely at each segment. The state requires a site-specific individual discretionary review of each annual license. So in order to get a state license, we have to have a discretionary process in place. So unfortunately, the state's requirements cause us to have a use permit of some sort. But the way I would approach this is that basically every activity that would otherwise fit into a zoning district, and in this case, I would say, cultivation in ag, that makes sense, should start at a DUP. And that should include across the board for all the other appropriate license types. And if there's some sort of controversial nature to the project or there's unusual environmental influences, then it might be bumped up to a conditional use permit. And to contrast that and to show what I'm trying to say is what otherwise retail is not a by right use in ag. And so it would always require a CUP because that's what a CUP is for. A CUP is to perform an activity in a zone that's not otherwise permissible. Whereas agriculture, nursery, and I'm going to highlight nursery because that's something that we really need in the county, and a conditional use permit in front of that, which is really a seasonal business, is just extraordinarily prohibitive. And then as we move through each other item, as we move through these land uses and these charts, I would really prefer to approach it that way. Like distribution in ag, well, would an agricultural parcel normally be able to distribute products? If so, then that whole thing should start with the DUP because otherwise it would be a by right activity on that property. And so, and now we have an environmental document to back up all these license types. So we don't, the only reason we're performing the environmental analysis is to attain an annual state license, frankly, because otherwise those would be by right activities on those zones. And so when we hit manufacturing, we hit micro business, all these things, like obviously a type 7, wherever it lies, is going to require a CUP because there's nowhere in our code that confronts volatile extract of anything, whether you're extracting mint for soap or cannabis oil for medicine. Whereas the retail storefront, similar. Processing, those should also probably start with the DUP and let the project express itself and let the director have at their discretion to decide whether or not that project is either causing concern from neighbors through the noticing process or has other unusual environmental impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian.
Matt Jefferson, Trinity Center. I ditto all of that and just try to not make fear-based decisions and lowering barriers of entry to support small businesses. Let's try to make it a functional program that can support the participants. Thank you.
If there is no more public comment in the room, we'll go virtual.
We have Lisa.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission, Lisa Wright, Lewiston. Just to echo a couple of things, egg forest, distribution, and nursery. It's concerning. I think that after probably multiple reviews by staff, that was somehow kind of accidentally not included. So I would be hopeful that we'd be a little bit more careful in the omission of things that already exist. Also, processing facilities. Currently, we can do a director's use permit, I believe, for ag. So I would just question the need for a CUP for a processing facility. It's pretty simple. That's basically like trimming, packaging. So it shouldn't really rise above really cultivation requirements. Not sure what TPZ section highlight means in particular. So maybe if you could illuminate that a bit. Micro business, to say that cultivation isn't required as one of the 3 in Trinity, that's news to me after 8 years or so of doing this. So good to know. Also, I would advocate for literally all uses to be permitted by right. I'm just really a property rights advocate, and to overcome the requirement of environmental review at the state level, those could be issued categorical exemptions. So I think we should open our mind a little bit more. I think we've already heard a lot from the public about kind of this overregulation, and try to look at what can we do by right and why do we need to extend it to additional more and more regulations. Because let me tell you, once this gets in place, it continues to morph once staff gets a hold of it and tightens it down to require more and more and more multiple incompletes. It's really getting pretty crazy. So let's look at how much we can do by right, eliminate some of this bureaucracy and red tape, and try to support business and the way of life here in Trinity County. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have Nancy.
Nancy, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, I apologize. My voice is very weak, so I don't know how much I can say. I wrote a letter to the Planning Commission, so if my voice fades, you guys have my take. But I'm just speaking on behalf of keeping existing opt-outs as well as you can to keep them along the lines of what was originally requested. And to just take in mind that opt-outs are kind of the natural consequence of
Hey, Nancy.
Yes.
We're not talking about opt-outs yet. That it will be
Oh, I'm
on the
sorry.
agenda later.
I'm sorry. I got on the meeting late and I
Yeah,
didn't
no
have
worries.
a copy. Okay, my
That's
bad.
a scheduled agenda item, and so we're
Okay.
talking about zoning and the resource zoning and uses.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you.
We also have Steve.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
I want to agree heartily with Lisa's comment about permit by right for micro business, and just remind you that in order for somebody, especially if it's already tied to a cultivation, that means they've already had a full CEQA. They've already gone through all of the licensing, background checks, and everything else for the county on a yearly basis. In order to get a micro business license through the state also has a lot of stringent requirements as far as like building, security, segregation of the different aspects of the business. It's not just an easy license to just sign up and get. So adding a DUP or a CUP on top of that is we're back into that like double jeopardy regulation of the county again. So in my opinion, any zoning that supports a cultivation license, that micro business should be, I think it should be permit by right. Make it easy for us to make it easier for us to expand our businesses and keep that money local and quit sending all that money down south. because we're replaying on top of state regulations on top of regulations on top of regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
We also have Veronica.
Good afternoon, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. As we go through each of these, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, sorry, internet's a little funny. You know, by right might sound good and streamlined, but in the case of creating commercial business opportunities in all of the unique spaces that Trinity County has, it is not a one-size-fits-all kind of business, and it needs eyes on it. It needs someone to look and make sure it fits with and compatibility with the area, the resources, and many other things. So, I always like a good CUP, so everybody gets an opportunity especially since we're using Mintner, which has done a great job, except they don't live here and they don't understand some of the issues certain areas of Trinity County encounter. So, but I understand a DUP is sometimes needed to help streamline the process, but just remember that this is not a one-size-fits-all type of business. Thank you.
We also have Catherine Sidman.
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston Road, Lewiston. I just want to remind everyone that by the time we're talking about a micro business or some of these other licenses, people have gone through the most stringent land use applications, CEQA, anywhere on the planet. And so a lot of these concerns would have already been met by CEQA compliance, which takes all of this into account. And I echo the statements that more than anything, we need economic development in Trinity County, and we need to support people that are trying to have businesses here, especially businesses tied to the land, where they don't just start their business and take it somewhere else, which has happened. Ask Lewiston why Lewiston turned into a ghost town 10 years ago, and I'll tell you why. But these businesses that are tied to the land will stay here, and as they grow and become more profitable and more successful, they'll stay here and they'll be part of our community. And that's what I want to see. I want to see people who are able to purchase their land, do the things that are allowed on their land, complying with CEQA, and building businesses and some verdant opportunities in Trinity County.
Thank you, Catherine.
We also have Tom Blanco.
Go ahead, Tom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Tom Blanco, Douglas City again. I want to emphasize Lisa's point about different uses by right. And what I think applies here, particularly as we see cannabis, we put in a lot of regulation early on because we were so devoid of guidance from the general plan. We were dealing with the general plan from the 70s, right? Trying to say, how do we make this fit today with the new industry? And that's why I think if we erred in the construction of that early regulatory scheme, we erred on the side of more regulation. Let's look deeper into this because we don't have the guidance from the general plan. Here we are digging into this, and I know it's time consuming, but the time we're applying now really will come back to us. There are many, many places in the county where it's a no-brainer. Yeah, of course you should have a micro business if you can satisfy the state requirements and you have cultivation, or it's same for nursery or distribution or processing. Yeah, it is no additional impact. That should all be of right uses. And we have to look deeper into that, so be it. But I think we can do that now. And granted, like Veronica points out, there are other places where it might be more of a question. Okay, maybe if I've got closer neighbors that might be impacted, I'm on a mountain road, maybe that makes an impact. Maybe those are kind of situations where we have to look deeper than an of right designation. But I think there's a multitude of zones and general plan designated areas where we can just say, hey, this should be of right. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
We also have John Brower.
Go ahead, John.
Hi, I know you guys are trying to cram a lot in today, so I'll just keep it short. But since we're on the resource, general plan designation and the different zones that fall under that, I mean, we're talking about resource, which is, the most impactful of uses and the biggest parcels. So I agree with the commenters that are talking about, these uses being by right or being just as easily permitted as possible, and they're extremely robust that offer lots more protections, and it would all have to fit in under the protections of our programmatic EIR, which is also very robust. So we've got to keep resource lands working lands, and everything the county can do to help promote that.
Hey, John, we can't hear you. We lost you, John. Are you there? Okay, we'll move on to the next public comment.
No more comment.
Go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the commission.
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're dealing with resource land and ag zoning.
Mhm.
So I feel, there's no reason why cultivation, microbusiness, nursery, processing, and distribution shouldn't be permitted by right on ag land. Cannabis is ag. So when you get into rural residential and all those, I can see playing with all this stuff. But technically they should all be permitted by right across the board. But I think at least those be permitted by right.
So I would disagree. I would think that the current proposal with the director's use permit is appropriate.
Can I ask why?
Well, as one of the commenters pointed out, it's not a cookie cut thing, and you can have an ag piece is right in the middle of a community, and so there has to be some level of review. Just because, how things are zoned is a little wonky sometimes. And so having a cursory level of review, I think, is needed.
Would that apply to all levels of agriculture? Like if someone wanted to open up a pig farm and chicken house?
Yeah, sure.
At this point, it's not. Agriculture, I just went up to poultry farms. What else? Dairy is prohibited in a nice little neighborhood. If there's a piece of ag zoning in the middle of that neighborhood, it would be
Can you
permitted.
show that online for those of us who aren't looking at a laptop?
It's the next table up. Dairies are permitted. Chicken, turkey, hog ranches are permitted.
That's kind of what I was referencing earlier, was when I reviewed the table, it did not separate it out. So I'm not quite sure why we would.
Well, I guess sorry.
No, go ahead.
I guess there's pretty strict requirements, like for poultry farm, how many you can have and all that kind of stuff. I guess I don't understand what the level of restrictions would be on the cannabis uses permitted by right.
You mean with regards to like state requirements?
No, our rules, like for poultry farm, you can have so many critters, like Mr. Fraser was pointing out for animal husbandry. But you have to have coverage for them, put covers and all that. That's in the ordinance. So,
It's spelt into
yeah,
the zoning code, not necessarily in an ordinance,
it's in the criteria
in the
for,
criteria.
right. Or in the definitions, one or the other.
Like I said, I just go back to it's ag property, cannabis is ag. Why would there be a restriction on cannabis if it's ag? We've already had multiple levels, all the way from the CAO down saying that cannabis is ag.
Be interested in looking at that maybe with a stipulation based on we do have those ag parcels in the middle of R1, R2, R3, and maybe that doesn't make sense to preserve the fabric of that community. And so if there was more of a stipulation and consideration towards the opt-out zones that we'll talk about later, that this maybe is not the right place for by right in some of those areas, the high density areas, then I think I'd be on board.
So
Would that also go for hog farms and turkey farms and dairies as well?
Yeah, I mean, do you want a dairy down in the middle of Weaverville? Not necessarily. You don't necessarily want to drive through and smell a feedlot either. So I feel the same way on some of those things, that applicability would apply across the board, and I would not just penalize cannabis.
But my question is why does it clearly delineate and separate cannabis from chicken, turkey, hog, dairy, animal husbandry?
I would say that I am not, that I would ask for that same stipulation. If it's in a high density area.
But it's
then-
not high density area. This is resource land zoned ag.
But I'm saying.
Is there resource
in-
land zoned ag in the middle of
Yes.
Weaverville? There is?
Yes. And so that's what I'm saying, is that if we're going to look at this, we also need to look at where on the landscape we're going to have those.
So, and on that note, I echo that for like a nursery, for instance. A cannabis nursery, there's nurseries that sell cuttings that have no impact on the neighbors. But then there's nurseries that also have research and development where they grow, there's no stipulation on how much flower they can grow for research and development, and that could lead to male pollinating the neighbors' cannabis farms and such. And so I could see there needing to be some level of discretion based on the concentration of population.
I would say that if we're rezoning the whole county, why wouldn't we eliminate any large parcels of resource ag? Why are they there?
They want to keep it. You can't forcefully rezone things.
Well, if it's
You also can't discriminate in ag also.
if it's an orchard or a small farm, how are we gonna separate that out? I mean, could there be a parcel size component to it? Is there a way that we can look at addressing it that way, actually looking at the parcels in question, rather than this open closed kind of option? Are we willing to look at a variance and some discretion is what I'm asking for?
Well, and it sounds like there is, D/C based on considerations, right? And so I don't see why that could not be permitted /DUP or CUP, depending on.
There you go.
Depending on the concentrations and such like that.
Yeah, that would actually work. Would be a P/D.
So then let's go ahead and go through. Small cultivation has to have a DUP, I believe. Going through all the hoops that they have to jump through.
As it stands currently, all of these require licenses primarily, at least for, small cultivation at this point. So just to reiterate what we've discussed about in the past, we're proposing to convert to the DUP and CUP process so that there's a more clear and longstanding entitlement for these cannabis land uses versus an annual license that doesn't have longstanding if zoning code changes.
So in agriculture, would we like to see ag and ag preserve be a D rather than a C? And is there a need for a conditional use permit in distribution? And staff?
So to the first part of your question, based on Commissioner Fall's comments, the ag preserve allowances for distribution and nursery are currently established in ag forest and not in ag preserve. Without taking too much time to get into a discussion about ag preserve and Williamson Act and tax breaks and all of that, I would say that, basically what we've proposed here is mostly in keeping with what is currently established, and then converting what is currently a license to a DUP, and the uses and require a CUP primarily have been maintained.
So you're saying that distribution, if so previously it was allowed in ag forest, and you're taking it away from ag forest and putting it in ag preserve, but shouldn't it be the reverse?
Again, to your comments, I believe that was just a place
Okay.
where it was put into the wrong column.
Okay.
Like I mentioned, with regards to nurseries, I think that nurseries, if they are not doing research and development, that a DUP would be appropriate for nurseries. But with research and development, breeding, especially outdoor breeding, that would need more discretion based on just the protection of the other cultivators in ag zoning.
So is there a consensus there that would be nursery in ag would become a D/C, and then some revisions to the nursery code section to clarify the thresholds that would then determine whether it's a DUP or a CUP?
It's fine.
I would say they should all be at least a D/C, and that way you could go through just the director's use permit. You wouldn't have to go to a conditional use permit unless you were larger or it looked like you needed it, at the least.
We lost sound and visual on Zoom.
We can't hear anything in the room on Zoom.
We're back.
Break? Never mind. We'll proceed forward. Okay. So,
To respond to Commissioner Harper, so for everything we put D/C, we have to come up with separate criteria that breaks them into what needs a director's use permit and a conditional use permit. So that just makes the whole ordinance balloon. So I just
So
wanted
just
to
make
point
it
that out.
make it a D then.
Oh, so I would, yeah.
And I was going to comment that from my perspective, some important feedback from the commission is really related to not necessarily like the specific details, but what types of projects do you want, and which types of projects do you think should go through the more formal public process?
Well, if you permit through the director's use and someone doesn't like it, they can appeal to us, right?
Yep.
And then if you deny it and the person applying for it doesn't like it, then they can appeal to us.
Agreed.
So a director's use permit works. It's cheaper to start with, easier to get if it works. If it doesn't work, then you go to the board or the commission.
yeah, based on my understanding, distribution is not a real high impact business. And so I don't see the problem in distribution being a DUP.
Not only that, it's ag property.
I agree.
Okay. Okay, that's a consensus.
So that's move distribution in ag to a director's use permit.
Yeah, that would be ag and as well as, well,
Yeah.
ag preserve.
Across the board, top to bottom.
The ag preserve, then you get into the whole Williamson Act and.
Right, so it's ag forest. Let's just remember that.
I was talking
Those
about
are-
ag and just the ag
Just
column.
Okay, yep. Processing facility, and nursery. And storefront retail. Would storefront retail be appropriate in ag?
With a director's use permit, yeah.
Director's use?
And if someone doesn't like it, they can appeal. And it comes here.
Fellow commissioners?
I'm good with that.
So those changes are just in the ag zone or in both ag and ag forest?
I think you're
There's a
saying.
lot more variables in ag preserve and ag forest, so I would say ag for sure across the board, and then the other ones we could. I mean, I don't know, I'd go across the board on all of them personally, but
So the only one there that we haven't addressed is medium cultivation.
you could leave a C on that.
Yeah, because that's 10,000 square feet.
Yeah.
That's
No, medium is an acre.
Oh, well, correct.
Okay, yep, that's a consensus of the commission.
Thank you.
What is the intent under the TPZ as to what we're going to see there?
I believe that Mentor Harness clarified that that was a reference to a section that hadn't yet been built out when the tables were put together. And so if I remember correctly, currently, small cultivation is allowed in TPZ, but we'll get into the restrictions to cultivation in TPZ when we get into the opt-out discussion and the limitations on location to cultivate, because that's where the requirement to have enrolled, I believe, in the original North Coast Water Board order is a stipulation to have a site in TPZ.
Okay, so, but if we already have a standard, why is that just not reflected here to comment on?
Staff did not put these tables together, so I don't have a good answer as to why the tables weren't updated as this was all built out. So I apologize.
Let's go ahead and move to the next zoning. So it'll be residential zoning. Any clarifying questions for staff? Okay, let's move to public comment. Out of respect for the volume of material we need to go through and the time frame that we have, I ask the public to keep to the specifics of the particular zoning, if you may. Let's go ahead and go to public comment in the room.
Hello, commission, staff. If this was not prepared by staff, then I think this was a lot of a copy and paste job. Just needs to be modified a little bit, but so it's stating that cannabis microbusiness is allowed. That means that other uses must be allowed or cannabis microbusiness isn't possible. It's showing that only cultivation and microbusiness is allowed and all other cannabis activities are not. Examples like distribution, type 6, and non-storefront would give you a microbusiness is 3 licenses. So that just doesn't really make sense. And there's been plenty of talk over the past 9 years that we should be able to do more than just cultivate, maybe DUP, just like you were saying. I think that all fits, but to just not permit it, it's just that same thing that I'm saying again. We should be lowering barriers and supporting a small business. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Adrian Keys from Hayfork. A lot of, not go into too much detail because most of it would reflect commentary from the previous zoning code section. Sure, testing facilities, I don't see really those working in RR necessarily, sure. Non-retail storefront, absolutely. If you can have an Etsy business, if you can have FedEx or whatever coming and going to your house all the time because you sell something you knit or whatever, that's actually way more impactful than what a non-storefront retail business would be, because it's controlled by all these other factors. Reinforcing the micro business conversation there, and manufacturing, type 6 manufacturing, infusion, all those ones should absolutely be permissible, and using the same formula, starting with the DUP, moving up the chain if it's controversial or if there's other environmental impacts related to it. I think that pretty much sums it up, because really it's conceptually the exact same thing. And just looking at what is a normal use in RR. And of course, then the scale is reversed from ag. It's residential first, and then you're doing your business. But there's no reason to categorically exclude these activities when they could be brought to the director to see if they can make something fit. And so I would strongly encourage rethinking how that works, especially considering the number of cultivation sites in RR, because that is a prevalent zoning in the county and it is intended to support a rural lifestyle. Like distribution, for instance, a conditional use permit. Well, we have language in our ordinance around micro business about how we can theoretically restrict the amount of product that an individual may choose to put through their distribution license. And so that could be applied there also. Like, if it is going to be just an individual distributing their own product and not bringing a lot of material in to do some other function with, of course, micro business, then that should be permissible under a director's use permit. All cultivators are required to use a distributor to get the cannabis from their property. So adding that feature to RR will literally not increase impacts at all, because there's already the requirement that a distributor is going to be coming and going. And that impact is analyzed under the distribution license, not underneath the cultivation license. So I think that's an appropriate way to approach this. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. There's no more public comment in the room. We'll move to Zoom.
We have Veronica.
Go ahead, Veronica.
Thank you, Duncan. Sorry, Chair. Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I just want to, I agree with Adrian on the retail non-storefront. It's not that impactful in the sense of any more than any other person selling something. However, I do want to just remind everybody, the primary word in every one of those is R, residential. It's not rural commercial. It's not, it's residential. So keeping that in mind, even if it's with a director's permit, then that is something that it should lean towards, because that's where people are living, not just conducting business. And I would like to point out, as I'm listening to some of the discussion, that it seems a little hypocritical to just kind of throw around that, well, if someone doesn't like it, they can just appeal, and that's $500. And then with one hand, and then on the other, how we California, an appeal and that $5 creates a barrier for everyone, no matter what side of the fence you're on. So I don't think it should be used as it's not a mitigation measure. It's an option faction on the normal levels of conversation with our government. So just a little thought on that seems a little hypocritical to throw it out like, oh, just go get some pretzels, because it's not.
Thank you, Veronica.
We also have Lisa.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Chair, Commissioners, Lisa Wright, Lewiston. Just a couple comments. Distribution, I think, should be D. It should be allowed for RR as well. I think Adrian commented, there's self-distribution. It's a DCC license, a distro, transport only license. It should be allowable in RR. Same with manufacturing, at least on the non-volatile front, because these people are like using rosin presses and hash, and this is not like an impactful activity. That should be allowable in those zones as well. Really, anywhere there's cultivation, that's allowable. I would say same with processing, same with retail non-storefront. Here's kind of the bottom line, is that it takes months, if not years, to get DUPs and CUPs. How many have you seen lately, and how many are in the queue? I'd be interested to hear from staff, because we have a boatload, I know. So to put added restrictions, it's not only going to thwart business, but it also, just isn't practical. for staff to be able to process these things. It's just kind of shocking that you want to put all these layers of regulation on. And then also basically eliminate the option to have some of this. When that, as a functioning business, why wouldn't you allow them to do as much as they can? And rural residential is different than residential. I think that we should be very clear about that. Rural residential has agricultural uses built into it by right. So it is not R1, R2, R3. It's much different. So I think that we need to look at more Ps, maybe with a /D. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
We also have Steve.
Go ahead, Steve.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, this is a very important issue for me, for a lot of us. Most of our cultivation licenses are on RR. The distribution model, we already have distributors coming to our site. These are usually white unmarked vans that are sent up from mostly LA and the San Diego area. So I think being able to distribute, I'm dismayed to see that not included in RR, and also manufacturing. I mean, we're talking about non-volatile. We're talking about mechanical processes like squeezing the plant, or dry ice, or dry sieving. And I want to remind you that all of these activities by state law take place indoors, inside a facility that's been approved with a floor plan approved by the state. And that there's no reason that these can't be allowed. I mean, there's no impact that's bigger than me trimming or me bucking stuff down or hanging it to dry, to go ahead and do some of these things. I think non-storefront retail is going to be essential, and is a way that really we can move into the future, if it ever does become federally legal. Non-storefront retail is going to allow us to, ship packages across the United States. Like right now, I can get fresh salmon shipped directly from the fishermen in Alaska, and it's like that type of model is really possible for us here in Trinity County, hopefully one day in the future. So I really urge you to change the designations on this for RR. Especially since we got the old bait and switch on our ag designations, which I don't know when we can talk about that. But those activities to be allowed in RR, this is why RR is still a bad idea for us. Instead of being the ag designations where we were, that's what I thought was happening. But this micro businesses are essential, allow us to continue to operate our businesses in our garages and in our outbuildings that are already licensed, permitted, approved, CEQA. Man, we've already gone through all this stuff. Why can I not, package something up and take it down to Cali Love, instead of a guy from San Diego comes to my farm, picks it up, takes it down to San Diego, and then brings it back up to Cali Love through like 3 other delivery systems. Thank you. Micro businesses.
Thank you, Steve.
We also have Tom Belanco.
Go ahead, Tom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Tom Belanco, Douglas City. I think focusing on the actual impacts of some of these licensed uses is important. And as I think Adrian described quite well, a lot of times these licenses have significant impact to the license holders, because it allows them to perform functions they wouldn't otherwise be allowed to do. But things like distribution, for most cultivators, all that really means is a camera system and a dedicated computer terminal. Otherwise, the functions are nearly identical to what is already happening. The same for non-storefront retail. The same processing. Okay, you get a little bit bigger because you're going to have more traffic. But maybe if we analyze this in the terms of real impacts, particularly trips per day, how many employees. So if we're talking about a distro that's going to have 2 to 4 employees, the impacts there are probably nil. Whereas if we're talking about one that's going to have, 15 or 30 employees, should that need ever arise, which we all hope it does, now we've got real impact. So I know we analyze buildings, for instance, in different ways based on their square footage. Sure, you can have a warehouse as a matter of right in industrial, but if it gets above X thousand square feet, it's either 5,000 or 10,000, you need a CUP. So yeah, it's not one size fits all, but when we're talking about a small size, a cultivator size, a cottage industry type size, let's minimize the barriers to entry there. If we're talking about a larger dedicated operation that's going to need parking and traffic and et cetera, well, then maybe a more involved permit structure is necessary. But when it's not, let's keep it simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
We also have Nancy.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Yes, hi. When I was first looking into ranching, livestock, I looked into the zoning for that, and it's based on acreage, which means I have to limit the number of animals per parcel. So what I'm wondering is why, and when zoning was done for cannabis, why isn't there more variation in the size of a production? Like, to me, a commercial livestock is 200 head more, whereas, a small operation is 12, 15 animals. Why can't there be a different designation for a small operation that doesn't have the same impact on smaller parcel size, and increase the size of a license based on additional parcels? Is that ever something that could be done?
Thank you, Nancy.
Those are all the comments.
All right, we're closing public comment, bringing it back to the commission for discussion.
So I just want to clarify real quick. So in our previous discussions, talking about bringing back RR5, RR2.5, looking at the RR1, and that we will update this table to include those, correct?
That's an ongoing discussion in terms of how to address that, whether they need to be standalone zoning districts or whether there's some other mechanism to limit the potential of splits based on parcel size. So acknowledged, we haven't figured out exactly how to best address that currently.
Okay, because if we are going to split it out and have these in these tables, I would like to see those tables come back before it goes into the public comment draft to the Planning Commission to be able to review and provide comment on, please.
Okay. Chair, if I may. So just in this topic of micro business, let me propose something that I think might facilitate our understanding and review as we go forward through the rest of the categories.
Please.
Right now, when you look at whether it's a D or a C or whatever the allowability may be.
Hey, really quick, would you mind putting the screen back up while you discuss this? Thank you.
Thank you. I think really what this is intended to encompass is that for the specific land uses, there's two different conversations going on, which if we look at cannabis micro business, I think the solution to micro business in terms of allowing these other uses under micro business would be to revise the microbusiness code section to say that uses XYZ, so distribution, non-volatile manufacturing, processing, a variety of these uses would be allowed under the micro business so that we can differentiate, are we allowing these standalone uses and are we creating different thresholds of permitting pathway between uses under a micro business versus standalone uses and create those parameters in terms of the scope or maximum development under a micro business versus are we allowing for a standalone distribution facility in RR, so on a parcel less than 10 acres in size, as a full-blown distribution that can have an unlimited amount of trips and traffic and employees. The only limitation to that, as it currently stands, would be the lot coverage standards for structures that might limit the ability for, a huge operation to go into RR. So I think that's probably a better way to address it, that in the microbusiness section, we just take out and be appropriately zoned for at least 2 or more of the following qualifying commercial cannabis activities in addition to cultivation. I don't have the wordsmith off the top of my head, but I think I understand what, the intent of the public comment that we've received is to allow for these additional uses under microbusiness. And then we can confine our discussion to whether we want these standalone uses in these various zoning districts as we differentiating between microbusiness and the way it's currently structured, where you have to meet the specific provisions of the standalone use to qualify for a microbusiness. Does that make sense, what I'm proposing?
Yeah, I mean, I was coming from it from a different way. Like if you read the new draft language for manufacturing, it says, cannabis manufacturing facilities licensed as a microbusiness, and it talks about the type 6, is allowed under the appropriate zones. So yeah, I think we're headed the same way, which is it's just not needed in the table.
Fellow commissioners, are you clear on that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well then, in that case, let's go ahead to move to the other land uses other than microbusiness. About distribution.
So that was added. It is not in 1743. So that is a new thing, which I think should be a conditional use permit.
Distribution.
Yeah, because it is a new thing.
Explain, what do you mean by new thing?
It was not previously allowed for RR10 under 1743, and as Director Poblani just pointed out, it can have more intense impacts. So yeah, I agree it should be added. That's okay, but as a conditional use permit, because especially RR10 can be, again, right in the middle of a residential neighborhood.
Yeah, and I think that's a little bit to what I was getting to with the RR5 and RR2.5s, that if, as some of this gets smaller, does it really make sense? And is it really a D or a C? And so I would like to see that come back. Thank you.
I'd also say I agree that retail non-storefront should be allowed.
Can we stick to distribution?
Oh,
And
sorry.
allow the other fellow commissioners to talk to that first.
So I think anywhere there's a check mark, there should at least be a C or a D. You can't just disallow it.
It's residential, so why would you saying it's
For-
perfectly okay to have manufacturing and processing and all that, a retail storefront in a residential area?
You can pay for a director's use permit and then present your case and it works, then yes.
Are you talking about R1, R2, R3?
No, just RR,
Just
rural
RR.
residential.
In regards to distribution, I see that we are unique in our characteristics, right? Where there's some neighborhoods where it may not be conducive. There's some sizes that may not be conducive, right? I mean, if there's a lot of traffic versus very little traffic. So I would be okay with D/C in both RR and R10. I can see in just my mind's eye in Junction City, there's areas of RR that aren't in a neighborhood, that are right off the highway, that are very appropriate for that.
But if you put D/C there, you're essentially not you're not differentiating between something that's right along a highway and something that's right in the middle of a neighborhood.
For staff to differentiate between what would characterize a DUP versus a CUP.
So the main thing is that it allows the possibility, if you have the right place that's rural enough and there's no neighbors that you're bothering, you can at least apply for a director's use permit or a conditional use permit.
Yeah.
And at least have the chance, whereas having it checked out, it's just not even an option, is wrong. At least have the chance to where you can pay the money, go through the process, and try and get approved if you can prove that it's right.
Well, how about if you break it like the speaker suggested into self-distribution versus, essentially a commercial distribution? And self-distribution, yeah, should be a director's use permit, but distribution on this is a business that you're putting in residential areas should be a CUP.
I think Drew has something to add to this, if you may.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add that I think one of the things that we need to do is effectively align all of this to the home occupation and home enterprise code sections, which already have acreage-based thresholds and lot coverage standards for home enterprise. So I think that, effectively, with the exception of micro business, as a use that allows for other uses under that micro business license for these standalone uses, ideally we would align it to those thresholds that are currently listed in home enterprise or home occupation and follow that same permitting pathway that is detailed in that section.
I would like to see though how a comparison as to what the state law is, what our home use provisions are, and how that is going to impact the changes to distribution. And then if we align micro business, what the same things are and what's different. So I want to know how we're being more restrictive, and we need to make sure we're not being less restrictive than what the state's regulating. So I think there needs to be some legwork there, and I'd like to see that comparison when it's done, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I see the different scales of distribution. Being distribution could fit in a 30 by 30 shop with the right regulations from the state, and based on the spirit of that home occupancy ordinance that is encouraging local businesses in rural residential areas that would have no smell. I would see distribution having less of an impact than 10,000 square foot of cultivation. And so, and I also see that would really benefit communities to have more distribution centers so that people don't have to come up from Los Angeles.
Agreed. If I may just ask for clarification to your request, Commissioner Flights, are you referring to DCC as a state law, or are you referring to home occupation and home enterprise as it relates to whatever applicable state laws may exist?
DCC, and then as we're going into the home occupation, I want to make sure that they're consistent.
So DCC doesn't apply any zoning-based standards to their review. That's all on the local jurisdiction.
Okay.
But we can still look into it and bring you back some more clarity.
Okay.
We have a consensus for distribution for D/C
Yes.
in RR10 and RR, with the caveat of this coming back before us with the 3 different RR 2.5, 5, as well as 1. Yeah.
So is the intent there, as it relates to distribution or any of these other uses, that one would be able to engage in any of these standalone uses on an RR or RR10 parcel without, like, not related to microbusiness?
Yes.
No, I understood. So these are standalone uses. If it's combined with a microbusiness, then yeah, there should be an easier pathway. But if it's just a separate business, it still needs either a director's use permit or a conditional use permit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, these are auxiliary accenting businesses to the cultivation industry.
And then just to point out, I think we've talked about everything from cultivation medium down. As it currently stands, you wouldn't be able to get a medium cultivation license in RR because an RR parcel is less than 10 acres. So with the exception of that, if that's agreed, I'll put these all down as D/C.
So so the zoning is the size. So we have RR 10, we have RR 2.5 that are 10 acres presently. So what you're saying is in the future, with the general plan RR 10 zoning will have no parcels over 10 acres.
Under.
That's correct. I'm sorry. Yes. There will be no parcels of or under 10 acres. Yes.
RR 10 is 10 and up.
10 and up.
RR is 1 to 10, if I remember correctly.
And there will be
But
no.
there are parcels zoned RR10 that are smaller than 10 acres.
Agreed. And one of the intents is to
address those.
remedy that.
So as we go through the R5, R2.5, R1, I again will want to review. I don't necessarily agree right now that they're all D/C. I would like to see more of that, and even a map associated with like what the projected future is going to look like, so that we can understand what that looks like on a community or a neighborhood scale would be helpful as well.
I agree.
Agreed.
It's going to be a challenge because there's in neighborhoods in Junction City, there's 30-acre parcels next to 2.5-acre parcels, and they're all the same zoning presently. So it's going to be a complex discussion. Let's go ahead and move on to manufacturing. Fellow commissioners, right now it's completely banned or out of those zoning. Do you have any thoughts?
There's a disconnect again between what's in the ordinance, the proposed ordinance, and what's on the table. Because in the proposed table, you can have manufacturing in residential areas, depending on whether it's type 6 or type 7. So that got left out of here. Okay. That will go back in. Okay.
Thanks for looking out.
I try.
Yeah, I mean, volatile manufacturing in RR and RR10 seems that seems inappropriate, but non-volatile rosins, keefs seems actually like very like that would work really well in RR and RR10. You could have a business like that in your garage on your 5-acre parcel, and that
Although
would provide a livelihood.
it's supposed to be, again, really associated with micro businesses, right? The micro business gets to have the lower, the D for manufacturing versus the C.
Right now, we're talking just standalone manufacturing.
Well, the ordinance, sorry, then I take it back. The ordinance only talks about micro business having different criteria for manufacturing.
I think we might be getting confused, or at least I am.
Yeah.
So what I proposed previously was that when we're looking at the table, micro business would allow for a variety of these uses.
Yeah.
Not determined by the permit threshold listed in this table for the other standalone uses.
Clear.
That's what I was talking about.
Okay.
We're talking standalone manufacturing, not micro business, manufacturing in the land use RR and RR10.
Then you definitely need to make a distinction between type 6 and type 7.
Yeah, I think that volatile is not appropriate in that zoning, but non-volatile is appropriate with a C/D, depending on population density.
And clarifying question, how do you see standalone manufacturing if there is or is not already cultivation on that parcel?
So if there's not cultivation on the parcel, right, that's what we're talking. We're not talking micro business.
Mhm.
Let's say I have a parcel in a part of the county, and I am surrounded by farms. There's 3, 4, 5 farms in my community, and my parcel is not really appropriate for agriculture, but I have a really nice shop with a lot of space, and I want to provide a livelihood for my family. It seems like that would be really appropriate to be able to have access to that. You don't need to cultivate yourself. You're providing a value-added product for the industry.
And again, I think that where we need to try to arrive is consistency between the home occupation and home enterprise
Yeah.
sections. Because, you know, not that I'm supportive of volatile manufacturing in rural residential, but pretty sure you could have a welding shop with an equal volume of, you know, compressed volatile gases, you know, maybe of different types, but
Right.
you take my point.
Yeah, so you could go ahead and get that, you could do manufacturing as a home enterprise, but not as a standalone thing on the zoning table.
So as a home enterprise, that is a standalone. I mean, that's, so for my clarity, you are, you know, like incorporating these land uses into that the spirit and the definitions and the regulations of intensity and size in the home occupation.
That's my proposal.
Yeah, I like that. I think that helps kind of streamline, clarify, right? And so like we could just go all the way down the board, right? And it's like if, you know, the regulations or the stipulations are based on the level of impact on the community and the land based on the home occupancy
So
ordinance.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Essentially, it would prevent an industrial scale operation going in on an R10 because we're scaling it to home enterprise and home occupation.
Agreed.
Okay.
There will definitely need to be some homework done there, but that's a concept that we've discussed with Mentor Harnish. We just didn't arrive at that point yet in the preparation of these documents.
Any more discussion, fellow commissioners?
Yeah, the main thing is just don't limit use. At least leave the door open that if you can prove that it's something that'll fit in your community, then you should be able to at least do it. Which is, I'm saying don't put check marks on everything, just whether it's a DUP or a CUP, at least make it an option.
And I want to see like how that would work. You know, I'm still trying to wrap my brain around it. And if at that scale, when we scale it down that much, will that be a successful business?
Right.
Will that work? So I want to make sure that we give that some thought to make sure that
Right.
we're not setting something up that's just going to fail.
Right, so even in RR10, if every one of them was a conditional use permit, which are more expensive, which is a hindrance on the person, but at least it would come before us or whoever's here. And it could be dealt with directly with the public's input, and you'd have the option, at least. You wouldn't have the door just shut in your face before you even started.
Yeah, I mean, I would support the option for a
Yeah.
D too, potentially on the RR10. Just want to make sure that when we're scaling it to the home enterprise and home occupation, that size that we're limiting it to under those parameters makes sense.
I agree.
Thank you.
I'm still getting caught up on nursery and the potential for cross-pollination. And so I think that's why there'd be a D/C to make sure that the other neighbors their businesses are not compromised.
Okay.
So why would you put a nursery in RR when those parcels can be very small?
Because we agreed if we go up to one table that last time we were here together, we had a consensus that nurseries, greenhouse plant production was permittable by right for RR10 and RR. And so I'm just looking to keep continuity, I guess you would say.
At least an option.
We can move back. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Include cannabis nurseries?
No, I don't believe so. And I looked at that earlier, and nursery is not defined in the cannabis definitions currently. So I've made that note that we need to define it. Undoubtedly, it will take some work to, again, I think that one way that we might be able to simplify this is, again, aligning it with home occupation and home enterprise, which lays out some parameters for the size of that use, which is really intended to be, secondary to the primary function of a residential parcel, which is residential.
Are there setbacks for nursery that were considered in the EIR?
I am not certain about setbacks for nursery. I want to say that nursery was not considered cultivation at that point. And so I think that we can generally just take all of these things and align them with home occupation and home enterprise, and that'll give us at least a framework. We will need to address some of the nuance that Commissioner McIntosh was referencing as relates to the specifics of cannabis nursery in terms of cross-pollination or potential odor concerns, based on currently what the DCC allows for, which is unlimited mature canopy as research and development or unlimited area. So we need to create some parameters on that from a zoning perspective.
Is there a DCC definition for nursery?
I'm sure there is. I don't recall what it is off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'd like to wrap up this zoning. So let's have some closing comments.
I have a quick question about preparation. And so did Mintner Harnish give this to you the same time it was given directly to us? Or was like how much staff time and attention was able to be given to this prior to it coming to the Planning Commission?
So these tables were given to us shortly before we brought, I guess, that meeting to you guys in January. And as with everything else, we have not made changes based on the input that's been received throughout this process yet. That will be happening as we go through and do this all to prepare the public review draft, ideally released in May if we can get through this today.
Thank you for your answer.
Okay, I think there's a consensus with what Drew is suggesting with aligning all these land uses with the home occupancy. Okay, without direction to staff, we can move on to the next land use, which is commercial and mixed use zones. Is there any clarifying questions for staff?
So distribution under 1743 was allowed in C2 and C3, and now it's only allowed in C1. So I'm wondering why those more intense commercial uses are no longer available for distribution.
I was wondering the same.
And same thing for manufacturing, used to be allowed in C3, and now it's no longer allowed in C3.
And nursery is allowed in C1, but
Yeah, nursery.
not in C3.
Nursery was allowed in C3 and now it's in C1. So I'm just trying to figure out why those changes were made. They're just not good.
I
Sorry.
think it's because of the similar reason before. It just wasn't captured,
Okay.
meant to harness to add into it.
Okay.
Because they're not as familiar as the zoning as the cannabis team is.
Okay, because same thing, testing facility used to be allowed in C2 and it's sorry. Anyway, yeah, if you can align at least our current ordinance with the commercial zoning tables, that would be wonderful.
Fellow commissioners?
Yeah, so we talking about eliminating all the checks and putting in Cs and Ds appropriately? I mean, you're talking heavy commercial, so why couldn't you have manufacturing and heavy commercial?
This is not a place for discussion at this point. We're looking for clarifying questions. So I have, so right now in C1 and C2, we can have small cultivation in C1 and C2, we can have medium cultivation. So I think that's probably an error, maybe.
Again, I apologize. I would do research on my laptop, but I'm sharing screen. So I really can't jump back and forth between current zoning code, and I don't have it all
So-
memorized, unfortunately.
Commissioner McIntosh is correct. So there was no commercial zones that had small or medium cultivation under 1743.
Do we have somebody else, another staff, share their screen so that you could do research? Do we have that? Is that a mechanism there?
That's a few minutes to make that change.
Okay, I mean, we could continue to discuss this while you all make that change. I mean, unless somebody has another computer for you, but I think it's important for you to have access to the information. So, fellow commissioners, is it okay to temporarily not have that table?
What
while
I'll
we can-
propose is that I'll use one of these iPads and pull up zoning code, and then I'll have multiple screens that I'm looking at.
Cool, thank you.
While you guys are considering that and we're getting Municode loaded, I think that generally it's reasonable to include the majority of these uses, potentially with the exception of cultivation, into commercial. Highway commercial is a different dynamic, and mixed use is also a different dynamic. So if we want to kind of confine our review to say, basically let's just go over C1, 2, 3 collectively, and determine which uses we think should be allowed there.
Okay.
And then we'll grapple with highway commercial and mixed use separately.
Okay. Any more clarifying questions for staff? Let's go ahead and have this go to public comment. Again, out of respect for our time, let's please keep it as laconic as possible and specifically on this land use. Suggestions, please. Thank you. Any public comment?
Matt Jefferson, Trinity Center. It's like, this is commercial industrial, correct?
Not
C3 is
industrial.
heavy commercial. C2 is medium.
Just-
C1 is
just
like
commercial.
right on the main street.
But it doesn't seem like any of these uses that cannabis is doing is going to conflict with sand and gravel plan. It seems like a very appropriate place for all of these things. And as you guys are talking about like medium cultivation, we have very unique parcels all over this county. I'm not talking about Trinity Center, so just be clear about that. In Willow Creek, there's a 12-acre industrial commercial property on the outskirts of town that used to be a storage unit complex, and that is turned into a beautiful
We're
6-acre.
talking commercial, not industrial, just for clarity.
Okay, but totally. But that's like the idea of a commercial property. So to say that medium cultivation couldn't fit, there has to be a CUP or a DUP, but there's parcels out there that could be C2, C1, or C3, or even HC that could totally fit in and work with medium cultivation. It's all, it's just to block it just doesn't seem right, because we can see in a neighboring county that there is places that does work, and the amount of economy and jobs that 6-acre facility brought into Willow Creek is like, I knew like 20 people that were working there. So I just think limiting anything cannabis related in a commercial zone, don't just make it permitted by right, make it go through a process, but.
All right, Adrian Keys, Mayfork, cultivation small, well, starting with C1, which is general retail. So I think all of these need to be contemplated with that in mind. I don't want to go in through each one of them and remind everybody that's general retail. So I do think there's a consideration there. But looking down the chart, C1, C2, or C2, 3, so on, we should also consider the opportunity for indoor cultivation in those, which is a completely different subset of impacts and so on. So that seems like like C3 should maybe be able to have indoor cultivation. Definitely distribution seems more appropriate in C2, probably C3 also. Manufacturing type 6, I don't see why that would require a CUP in C2 because it is the non-volatile type. We've already contemplated having that as a director's use permit in other zones. The manufacturing type 7 appears to be completely banned now. I think that would be perfectly appropriate in C3, and we'll talk about industrial when we get there. Micro business, again, the DCs all the way down, including HC, because HC, including a retail storefront, could actually be not just that could actually be the tourist element of the business. And I would include that in the retail storefront where it says a director's use permit. So HC should also have that under a director's use permit. Retail non-storefront requiring a CUP really doesn't make any sense. I could actually see that operating out of a C1 business along with C2 and C3 because a retail storefront could be essentially completely concealed into like a small storage area in the back of any business. I mean, you could literally run that out of 100 square feet. I mean, it's really a really low impact business. And the nursery in C1 that would make sense if we're not discussing cannabis nurseries. Cannabis nurseries are not open to the public. They cannot do retail sales. They're C2, absolutely. The mass majority of cannabis nursery activities take place indoors. There are, as Duncan has said, the R&D capabilities and also the ability for them to produce seeds as a regulated activity. But I think that a nursery in C2 with a DUP would be perfectly acceptable, and maybe also with the C appropriately for pollen drift, which I appreciate that consideration. But I think it's really important, and I haven't been able to get to this point earlier, but nurseries literally do not allow retail sales. You know, there is one place in California that I can think of that has a nursery license and a retail license, and they can sell plants directly from their nursery. It's way out on Bryceland Road in Southern Humboldt in the middle of nowhere, and they're able to do that there. Processing C1, I don't understand how that would fit in general retail very well. So again, C2, C3, most certainly. Micro business with restrictions in a C1.
Rhoda Kane, Coffee Creek Trinity Center. Echoing Matt and Adrian, who've made very good points. But yeah, also cultivation, indoor cultivation is a real thing, and almost everywhere that allows cultivation in the whole country and the state, indoor cultivation almost always happens on commercial properties. So yeah.
Is there any, we'll move it over to Zoom.
We have Lisa.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Commissioners Lisa Wright, Lewiston. I'll echo the previous commenters. Adrian was really on point with many things. I don't understand why you have conditional use permits available in C1 where it isn't even really appropriate for many of these uses, but it's disallowed in C2 and C3. I mean, how does it really compare to other types of manufacturing, other nurseries, other types of processing? Do they need to go through these kind of extra use permit requirements? We're just, we're like choking the one economic development opportunity that we have by adding all these additional restrictions. I think it should be D/C at a maximum when it is appropriate, because there might be less intense uses that don't even rise to the level of requiring a conditional use permit. Retail storefront, non-storefront, ridiculous to do a conditional use permit. I mean, who even thought of that? And then why would you not allow it in even a C3 or an H3? So I think I just wish that more thought had been given to this before being presented in this fashion, because a lot of this just doesn't even make sense, that you're, recommending that we have these type of extensive use permits for something that is really quite simple as a business in terms of its potential impact. So I'd like to have a whole relook at this, and hopefully you can do that in your working session today. Thank Thank you.
We have no.
Comment, and we'll move it back to the commission for discussion.
Chair, I do think the speakers were perfectly correct. I mean, there's just errors on this table. So, for example, distribution used to be allowed in C2 and C3. Now it's only in C1. Manufacturing in C3, now it's gone. Nursery used to be allowed in C3, now it's in C1. So you guys are perfectly correct. I mean, it's just, that this table did not get translated correctly from what's in the current ordinance.
I would almost say what Amelia was, our multiple RRs as far as bringing it back to us. If the staff wanted to actually figure this out, where
Yeah.
staff is local,
I would support
as far as
that.
filling this in, then bring it back to us for comment instead of having us build it. I mean,
Yeah, that makes more sense.
we're wasting a lot of time building this line by line, whereas staff could throw this could put this together with their local knowledge.
And make
And then we
corrections.
can make comments on that before it goes to the.
I would support that and also add that when it's brought back, have the ability to do the live changes in the document. So have staff have the Word document there. So as we're talking about it, we can see the reflections made live and saved. And that's the next step we need to get to. And so I completely agree. I can't valuably provide my comments when the table's not correct.
My understanding, I heed that and I concur. My understanding is that there is desire for us to go through this so that there can be a Board of Supervisors meeting to address our recommendations. That is within the next week or so. Drew?
Yeah, happy to clarify. So we are bringing a discussion item to the board this coming Tuesday, which is basically just an overview. We haven't had time either at the staff level or consultant level to compile all the comments, and we're not going to begin doing that until we could finish these study sessions. So one of the main things that we want to get input from the board on Tuesday is how they would like to engage in review of this, whether that's prior to the release of the public scheduled for May, whether or not there will be joint sessions similar to what happened with general plan review after the public review draft of zoning code is released. So that's primarily what we want to gauge, how the board wants to engage, acknowledging that we spend 25 or 30 hours or more at this point just in, this forum going through zoning code. So I don't know what the board's direction or opinion will be there, but primarily the urgency to at least, get a high level overview of this accomplished is so that then Mentor Harnish can start compiling all of the comments that we've now brought in over this however many hours that we spent reviewing zoning code.
So
why aren't we doing it now? Like, why aren't we doing this live? Why are we spending our time here to do this and not adjusting it and being effective with our time? And it's a concern to me. Like, we are continuing to hear that this product is not representative of Trinity County and it's not representative and contiguous with our past zoning. So to take this to the Board of Supervisors and say, this is what we're doing, and then just accept whatever changes we're talking about right now and say that's the draft that's going out for public comment, there's still a lot that needs to come back to the Planning Commission before it's ready for public comment.
I agree.
So can we have staff come back to us with an updated commercial use table that has the accurate land use?
If you're asking about this particular table, I would say that's accomplishable. If you're asking about all of the comments across all the sections of zoning code. Based on my discussions with Mentor Harnish, the appropriate time to then review all of the changes that have been proposed by Planning Commission, and depending on how the board wishes to engage with that, will either happen, between now and May, and then again after May. I really can't tell you. What I can say is that, ideally we can get through this at least at a high level once over, and then Mentor Harnish can start compiling all of the revisions that have been suggested by the Planning Commission.
Well, other than commercial, after that, we only have one more land use. And so, we've painstakingly gone through all of it. If the commission doesn't want to go through commercial and
We can't,
hash it out,
I was just trying to shorten time.
I think that we could do this in 15 minutes. We've already received public comment, and I think we could discuss this.
I would just like to have staff fix this. We're wasting our time trying to fix it, and we've got people who've been sitting here for a long time waiting to discuss other items, and so I'd like to be respectful of their time. I think staff can come back and fix this, and we can get industrial done like that.
Agreed. I think the one thing that might be helpful for you all to provide some comment on now is mixed use.
Well, I think it would be best shown with a map about where you're going to put the mixed use and what makes sense. And it ties into our next topic about the opt-out zones. And so, what is really viable here and in the spirit of the opt-out zones, and how this ordinance is going to reflect those, and how we make decisions about the opt-out zones to what the changes we're making here. It's all going to dovetail into one another.
I totally agree with you. And if that's the desire, and I think that makes good sense, then that's going to need to be done after the public review draft is released, because we will not have the zoning tables until then. The zoning maps that it will align with the general plan redesignations that the board has already, and you guys have already reviewed. I suppose it's possible to, try and get that done in two parts, but.
Yeah, mixed use is complicated. Why don't you go ahead and bring us back an updated version of the commercial zoning at our next meeting, and we can discuss that. Can we work within that timeline?
I believe we can. It's already been noticed, but given that it's a study session, so unless you have objections about the lack of public noticing, then yes, we can bring it back for the 26th.
Just that table corrections.
If that's what your request is, yes.
Commission?
It's fine.
Let's move ahead then to industrial zoning. I think it's industrial. Yep. Okay. Any clarifying questions for staff before moving on? Fellow commissioners?
Nope.
And move on to public comment. Again, let's please keep this directly to industrial zoning and be respectful of each other's time. Is there any public comment?
At Jefferson Trinity Center, just as I was confusing commercial and industrial, my same comments for
Adrian Keys from Hayfork, just seeing the same thing. It needs the D/C for a bunch of these different things, just because I think that would be more appropriate. That's probably it. Thank you.
Okay. We'll move on to Zoom.
We have John Brower.
John, go ahead.
Only that just to reinforce that industrial allows for the maximum uses with maximum impacts, and that basically everything be director's use permit, if not permitted outright in industrial zoning.
Thank you, John.
We also have Lisa.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Well,
Getting my audio on. I'd echo previous commenters. I would say D or P. I don't know why you'd have a conditional use permit for non-storefront or nursery or micro business. I'd say D/P on most of these, given that they're already industrial zoned.
Thank you, Lisa.
We also have Catherine Sidman.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Catherine, we can't hear you. She dropped off.
No more comments.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move it back to discussion for the commission. Fellow commissioners?
Quite a few of them should be Ps, I would imagine. Like manufacturing, microbusiness, processing, non-retail or non-storefront retail. Those should all be permitted by right.
I would concur with the speakers. I think D/C for a lot of those, but not permitted by right. We just have so few industrial zoned areas. I mean, it's hard to,
Manufacturer, industrial would be the appropriate spot to do that.
well, it is D/C.
We do have so few, and many of them are boarded up and haven't had a business since the end of the timber industry. So I agree, D/C for all the permitted uses. I agree that retail is not an appropriate use for industrial zoning. What do you, fellow commissioners, is there a consensus to that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
okay.
I do have one question for staff. Drew, how many DUPs and CUPs are currently awaiting a decision? Like, what's your caseload?
I appreciate the question. I think that's far outside the scope of what we're discussing, and we have a lot more to go. So happy to address that at a future time.
10-4.
I think that's the end of this portion, and we can move on to the next portion of this special meeting.
Chair, may I request a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can we do opt-out zones first and then the last final details of the ordinance after that in respect for the people who've been waiting?
That is the plan.
Thank you.
5-minute break.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Staff report or overlay zone? Which one?
We could start on that exclusionary portion, limitations.
So we're talking about the cultivation opt-out first?
Part of 1785, the proposed 1785, okay. But, and then, okay, but then are we gonna talk about the opt-out zone, overlay zone stuff separately?
Well, I mean, I think they basically are gonna come together in terms of, we're gonna end up, and I'll describe this, but we're gonna end up removing the limitations and sliding, once we clarify that, sliding that all into the opt-out overlay document.
So you're just
That's
gonna
why
need
I
to
didn't
explain
include
that
it all.
to everybody before we get public comment.
Let's cover it as a group, please.
Cool. All right, we're going to
Right, totally.
come back to our special meeting. So for clarity, I have in front of me 17.45040. Right, that's the opt-out overlay in the staff report. Is it
Versus 85,
versus 80?
which is the ordinance with the
Just-
new limit.
Okay. Oh, yes.
I don't know where to look.
Okay.
Chair, are you ready to get
Yeah.
rolling?
Yes, I am.
Did you want to start here in the limitation on location to cultivate in terms of the existing cultivation opt-outs that were established, you know, at the beginning of the program via urgency ordinance and then adopted into the full ordinance? Or would you like to start with the opt-out overlay document? I personally think this is where we will have more robust conversation and public comment, but whatever you would like, I'm happy to
We can
bring
start
up on the screen.
We can start there.
So I guess I'll just do a little introduction. So essentially, what Mentor Harnish staff put together was the cannabis opt-out overlay zone document. Does not include these provisions that are currently established in 17.43050, or this section. If you guys have it up, you might be able to get to it quicker. It's 1785 something. So I think what staff is proposing, at least at the onset, is that we need to have a discussion on this current limitation on location to cultivate cannabis code section. And then once we come to some consensus, hopefully, on that topic, that would then be incorporated into the cannabis opt-out overlay document and consolidated. One question that I think will come up, which I'll just address now, is the discussion about how in future, once this overlay is established, the overlay can be modified. So the petition process that was used, you know, in more recently for some of the newer opt-outs, in discussion with Mentor Harnish, what they conveyed to me is that, you know, they do believe that that is an effective tool to gain public, you know, to engage in public input on that topic. But ultimately, once we formally establish this as an overlay zone, then we would have to go through effectively a rezone to then modify the areas contained within that overlay zone.
A collective rezone of the whole overlay, each property within that overlay? A collective rezone of every property within that overlay?
Well, all of the properties that are currently being proposed to be included into this formal overlay are effectively rezoned by establishing an overlay zone on top of the base zoning.
Mm.
So it wouldn't be a one-off necessarily. We will certainly need to have more discussion on the details of the process as to how someone could potentially request to have a property removed from that overlay zone once it's established. I don't have the answer to that question currently.
interested as we go through this, as we're going through this, my question is, so as it's currently written, it's the Weaverville Community Service District boundaries at the time of December 31st, 2026 or 2016. Those have changed. Do we anticipate still using the 2016 boundaries, or are we moving into the 2025, 2026 boundaries? What is the intent right now as this is being drafted?
That's a great question and something that I would appreciate feedback from the commission on. As it stands, this is currently what's written. If it seems appropriate to modify that to whatever extent the commission can arrive at consensus on, happy to take those notes and move forward with that direction.
So just to clarify, you're going to have 1785 and it's going to have these limitations on location to cultivate cannabis in that ordinance, and then you're going to have a separate ordinance that has an overlay zone?
My general understanding is that no, we would remove much of this and just establish it into the overlay zone.
Okay, so there wouldn't be, so the 1785 would just refer then to an overlay zone as far as where limitations would occur?
Well, to be specific, there would still be likely something to the same effect of the limitation on location, like as relates to A, which is up on the screen. That's not going to go into the overlay zone, but the parcels and the zoning of those parcels as individual parcels would be established in the overlay zone.
So for example, if the Weaverville Community Service District was included in a future overlay zone, all those parcels would be listed somewhere as being in an overlay zone, and therefore certain limitations would apply?
So yes, currently in our current format of, Trinity County Parcel Viewer, the opt-out areas are detailed as a layer. And so that same premise would likely apply going forward. It would certainly be reflected in the zoning district map that will be prepared in conjunction with the public review draft. And then, just again to clarify, R1, R2, R3 would not be included into the overlay zone from my perspective, because we restrict the use, the ability for these cannabis related uses into those zoning districts currently in the tables. So there wouldn't, R1, 2, 3 parcels wouldn't have to be included because we've already prevented these uses based on the tables.
And so back to one of my earlier questions to you. So if the uses are different for each overlay zone, those parcels would show what uses were prohibited besides cultivation, perhaps?
That's a good question, and we haven't gotten to discussing exactly how that would be presented, but currently and I can pull it up and show you an example if that's helpful, is in terms of what's currently in Parcel Viewer. But right now, if you go to Parcel Viewer and you look at the opt-out layer, you will see in the data tables, in those attribute tables that are shown on Parcel Viewer, which opt-out a specific parcel is in. So it would say Rush Creek as the opt-out that established that prevented cultivation or other cannabis-related land uses on that specific parcel. So yes, I think that ultimately we would either tie it to a specific section of the overlay and or just list out which cannabis land uses were prohibited in the tables.
So, because you and I had a discussion earlier about how to do all the opt-out areas have to have the same uses allowed or prohibited. So you're saying now that you can vary which uses are allowed parcel by parcel?
Or area by area, yeah. But effectively then, within those given areas, parcel by parcel, there would be information. Would it be helpful to show an example of what that currently looks like in Parcel Viewer?
Yeah, because I use Parcel Viewer a lot, and I guess I never saw that.
So here in the new version of Parcel Viewer that came out in the last couple of weeks, you can see
Oh,
that
that's
these
why.
opt-out areas are huge. And if you zoom in to, sorry. This Lewiston area. So this main square is the Lewiston CSD boundary. So if we click on a parcel in the Lewiston CSD, and I hope this works because I haven't actually checked this out in the new parcel viewer, but we should down here have a field that says opt out. Lewiston Community Services District.
Okay, but it doesn't really tell you what uses are allowed in the Lewiston Community Services District versus the Rush Creek.
Agreed. And at this point, you'd have to cross-reference with code. And so we've certainly been having discussions about how to update and, show the allowability of land uses into this data table as we, move forward in time. Once this is all established, I think that would be very helpful. So,
Okay, just trying to make sure that that's a potential of depending on what the commission and the board decides.
it absolutely is a potential. I mean, that's a text field. So currently it's just tying it together to at least clarify how that opt-out was established. So if you see Lewiston CSD, then obviously I get to spend far too much time looking at these code sections, but I would know that it's currently codified in 1743050, the limitations, which is 1785 presently in the new version.
Any other clarifying comments for staff?
Based on the parcel you just selected, do we anticipate resolving some of these issues where half the parcel is inside and half the parcel is outside?
Well, I suppose that boils down to CSD boundaries and those being or VFD boundaries or anything like that, and those being utilized as the boundaries for these opt-outs. So not sure exactly. I mean, we could certainly describe the township and range and, all of that as a way to clarify. But I imagine that there are parcels that split township and range.
But with your
well.
proposal to take out R1, R2, R3 and say that those are not part of the boundary area, then you're no longer using Weaverville CSD or Lewiston or Coffee Creek because you're taking those ones out and you're drawing a new boundary. And so that doesn't make sense to me as to why that would stay. Weaverville Community Service District is the boundary when you're clearly saying you're taking out, for Weavervilles anyway, many, many parcels from that coverage that would be in that overlay or in that opt-out zone because you're saying that they're coming out. So could we get some clarification on, would that really still be called Weaverville Community Service Districts, or we're just going to be looking at calling it Weaverville opt-out zone?
If I follow your question, and we go forward with Weaverville CSD, as an example, the entirety of Weaverville CSD, whether that's the 2016 boundaries, the current boundaries, wherever we land there, that whole area would be defined as an opt-out. We wouldn't list specifically R1, 2, 3. They would stay effectively not able to participate in any commercial cannabis uses because we prohibit those uses based on zoning. So we're not going to extract them from the overlay. They'll still be within the CSD boundary. We just wouldn't detail, from my perspective, that R1, 2, and 3 are part of an overlay because it doesn't apply to any of the specific geographic areas. It doesn't change them. It's preventing that from the base zoning, not from the overlay zone.
Why would you specifically change them? If somebody asks to have something rezoned, why wouldn't you just say that the overlay applies to everything and then it has specific caveats underneath that overlay?
So if someone asked to rezone a parcel that was R123 that was within, as an example, Weaverville CSD, they would be prevented from engaging in commercial cannabis cultivation as it currently stands, based on the fact that they are within the Weaverville CSD unless they had obtained water board enrollment under the 2016 order.
I'll say my additional questions.
Are we doing clarifying questions on the opt-out zone for staff? Okay, so my question is, the staff report states that the restrictions in former section 17.43.50 were adopted as a political compromise in 2017. Can staff identify where the record contains actual land use findings of fact supporting the prohibition of cannabis cultivation across the districts and the mapped areas that were put in the opt-out?
I could try to dig to find the original urgency ordinances, but I believe primarily, what would have been a finding in those original urgency ordinances that then was translated into the first version of the standalone cultivation ordinance is right here on the screen, which are in high proximity to high density areas and therefore create a substantial risk of public nuisance.
So what do you consider high density?
That's a great question, and I figured that we would arrive at some discussion on that topic. That will necessitate some evaluation. Off the top of my head, I believe that we likely would be able to come up with some concentration in town centers, let's say, based on U.S. Census data. But honestly, I don't know exactly how we would evaluate that, but I imagine that you're going to give the direction to staff for us to evaluate that.
Any more clarifying questions?
Go on.
I'd like to ask a question about changing things. So, for example, if certain geographic areas wanted to be removed from an overlay zone, let's say the East Fork of Stewart's Fork, East Fork of Trinity River, sorry, in Coffee Creek, if that geographic area wanted to be removed, or if that geographic area wanted to say, we're going to allow micro business, you're saying that would require a gross rezone in order to make that change?
After we adopted zoning code?
Yeah. I mean, if there's no mechanism to have an ordinance changed that would, say, change the boundaries of a overlay zone of a previously opt-out area?
It would require a modification to that overlay zone. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not entirely sure how that would work, as it's not something that I've been involved in, nor have we done in the recent past.
Well, you're adopting it by ordinance. I mean, we've added opt-out areas by ordinance. So if you're adopting these overlay zones as a zoning code or whatever, why couldn't you go through the ordinance amendment procedure and change those opt-out areas in terms of use and geography?
I imagine that there certainly is a mechanism to accomplish that. I'm not entirely sure what that would be.
Best mechanism would be to do it prior to the adoption of this ordinance.
Yeah, that was my question is, do we need to get as much as we can done now? And then we need to, I'm asking, do we need to build in a mechanism for future updates or over time, right? We're planning for the future.
Need to make it easier to amend.
So I will do some homework and provide some clarity as to how, once an overlay zone is established, how it's modified, because I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head. In terms of, I think what we're hopeful that the Planning Commission will be able to provide is some direction, and then assuming that the board concurs with the direction of the Planning Commission, then that's where it would land in terms of getting us, to potentially adopt an overlay zone.
I'm pretty sure you could put in there that you could put in a mechanism to be able to re-amend it without requiring an EIR, which would make it a lot less cost or more cost effective.
There will undoubtedly be a way to amend it, and I'm not sure if that's via ordinance or resolution. So I will find that out, and I will provide that clarity at the March 26th meeting.
Okay. And I do have a clarifying question based on one of the comments stated that when their property was put into an opt-out zone that they were not notified. Is that true, that when these zones were created that landowners within the zones were not noticed, or were they noticed?
These were not formally established as overlay zones. This was via zoning code and this limitation section originally. I wasn't here, so I really can't tell you what happened at that point.
Thank you.
It's just public notice, right? Same thing as any ordinance adoption.
Let's go ahead and move to public comment about these opt-out zones. And please, I know there's a lot of people that are here to speak on this, and let's be respectful of our time and keep it to the points of the ordinance. Thank you.
I'm one of the people that was here. I looked at this dais and this. None of you guys were here when this started.
Sorry, we can't hear him.
Nothing was out here. I want to make a suggestion that I've been making for, I don't know, 10 or more years, that I think you should really look at. I am not in favor of opt-outs. I think that we should have opt-ins. To me, the base should be cannabis is not allowed in any zoning in Trinity County except where people want cannabis. If we would have done that from the beginning, when I was setting up there where you guys are now, we would have never had any of these problems. Because when the problem with opt-out zones is we have made the community come out and say, we don't want cannabis. What the people over here is we don't want you. That's not what people are saying. They're saying, we don't want cannabis. We don't want you to change our area. But if you change that around and you say, all right, make it up to the community to say, yes, we want your business. Let's make an opt-in. We'll make whatever concessions we need to have. We want cannabis in our community. It takes the conflict out of cannabis, which in my brain is the entire reason we're in this room. Zoning is to reduce conflict, and what cannabis has done is created conflict all over Trinity County that it shouldn't even exist. And the reason is we did it backwards from the beginning. Instead of telling people, you're not welcome here because we don't want you to change our community, we should have done it so people could say, am I welcome here, and are you willing to change your community for my business? It would have made a big difference. Think about it.
Wow.
Any more public comment in the room?
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, staff. Dan Trujillo, Weaverville. I want to briefly address the discussion around the opt-out zones from a broader governance perspective. So first, there's been some concern expressed that revisiting opt-out zones could somehow disenfranchise residents who supported them in the past. As you know, in a democratic system, policies are not permanently fixed by past public input or decisions by elected or appointed bodies. Revisiting a policy is not disenfranchisement, it's how democratic governance works. Legitimacy comes from deliberative justification, not policy permanence. So reconsidering the The compromise is not disenfranchisement in any sense. It's normal democratic revision. With that said, the more important issue here is not procedural fairness, but sound land use policy. The current opt-out structure in Trinity County emerged as was mentioned, political compromise during the early years of cannabis legislation, and the staff report notes that as well. At that time, the county needed a way to move forward with regulation while addressing community concerns, but compromises made during moments of political transition are not always durable from durable land use frameworks. From a planning perspective, opt-out zones are a unique regulatory mechanism, kind of hinted at this complexity. They create geographically specific prohibitions that do not necessarily correspond to underlying zoning categories, environmental constraints, or infrastructure capacity. And as a result, they can produce inconsistent outcomes, which we've seen, and there's lots of questions about inconsistency across the county, and add complexity to enforcement. And more importantly, modern land use planning typically regulates potentially impactful activities through performance standards and not blanket geographic exclusions. For agricultural activities, including cannabis, those tools usually include environmental safeguards, odor control requirements, water use standards, and parcel level permitting. These mechanisms regulate impacts directly rather than excluding entire communities from consideration. Another point worth considering is the role of this planning commission itself. The commission's responsibility is not simply to reflect the loudest voices in a particular moment, but to evaluate land use policies through a planning lens, looking at consistency, enforcement, environmental considerations, long-term economic sustainability for the county as a whole. So I see this as an opportunity to move forward from a stitched-together framework, I think that a lot of people in this room share that, to a more coherent regulatory system. And that could mean treating cannabis like other agricultural or commercial uses, regulated through zoning, environmental review, and performance standards. So ultimately, the question is not whether past residents were heard, but whether the current framework remains the best tool for managing land use in Trinity County going forward. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time.
Adrian Keys from Hayfork, certainly commented on this item before, and my comments really haven't changed very much over time. I think it's essential that the opt-out ordinances are reviewed for consistency with the findings, because it's quite clear that many of the parcels within the opt-outs do not qualify or wouldn't be qualified based on those findings, because they don't fit under the findings. They're not small. They have plenty of water. They're not close to, a town or whatever. I think if we're talking about all the different types of permit types that may be prohibited, then each one of those is going to require its own findings. You can't make just one bulk finding that cannabis is banned because of X, Y, or Z. That's just totally improper land use. Beyond that, once those findings have been put into place, then how would those affect other uses in that zone? For instance, if you have a home cottage occupation, you need a director's use permit for that. So if you're saying, like, for instance, Bear Creek, the roads were too narrow, was one of the things. The roads weren't in good enough shape. Would you allow an Etsy business in that neighborhood? If you do, that's completely contradictory to the land use findings that would be required to prohibit cannabis in that zone. If you have a bunch of ag parcels and you state that there is inadequate water, then all those ag parcels do not have enough water. I don't understand how you could say that a 10,000 square foot cultivation site with water that is monitored and by multiple agencies could possibly cause more impact than another operation who has no limitation on the amount of ground that they can cultivate. They can dry out of the creeks all summer without forbearance if they have a water right. You can irrigate an acre on a riparian right. July, August, September, if that creek's moving, pulling water, and it happens all over the county. Things have changed. The green rush is over. We need to be creating an ordinance that is looking forward, not looking back. And it will be essential in that process to create mapping that can visualize what this looks like. We now have our variances are gone. We've got an entire new system for dealing with setbacks from variance. So many people who could have theoretically had a cultivation site show up next to them no longer can. So in fact, we have a better system built into our regulations than this opt-out can even provide. this opt-out conversation. I would love to see a map that has the zone, applicable zones, and for cultivation, and the ABR requirements, the setback requirements that would eliminate those parcels from the ability to cultivate based on a residential dwelling within 350 feet of that cultivation site. That didn't exist when the opt-outs were created. So our regulatory framework has changed. The picture on the ground has changed. We don't have 1 million people come in here. The green rush is over. This ordinance has effectively mitigated the impacts of the green rush. Thank you.
Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek. I have a lot of comments, but I'll try to be as fast as I can. I'll try not to repeat because I'm hoping that you all read the comments that I turned in that had state land use code or state zoning code and everything involved and how exclusion zones should be created and whether or not they are legal and that they need facts, you know, in order to be created. There's a petition been turned in. They say we acknowledge the importance of honoring established commitments. I agree with that. However, the grandfather clause in the North Lake opt-out zone is not being honored. It's over and over and over again been restricted further and further. Also, where they say that Proposition 64, cities and counties have the authority to prohibit the establishment of cannabis businesses, that's 100% correct as long as you have findings of fact and that they're allowed to, a county is allowed to opt in or opt out. It's not allowed to pick and piece, which, you know, zoning code, state zoning code covers all that. So to be clear, I don't know enough about the Lewiston opt-out. I don't live in Lewiston. When I make comments, I'm speaking about the North Lake opt-outs where I live, where I own grandfathered properties that have been discriminated against. As far as extra restrictions on any license in an opt-out zone, I'm just curious what would be the findings or reasons that certain farms be held to a higher standard? Why are the regulations inadequate for these facilities and not for other facilities? Also, when you were talking about RR10, you were talking about, oh, are we going to force rezone everybody that's a this size or that size? So if you add the COO to people's zoning, isn't that also forced rezoning? There were a lot of comments about why people live out here and why they want the opt-out zones. And just to be clear, I also moved here for fresh air, beautiful views, dark night skies, pristine environment. I hope to be a steward of the land for the rest of my life. I was just curious if people agree that there are parts of Trinity County that are not beautiful enough to protect, that, you know, I feel like we've built regulations that are for the goal of protecting the county and the environment and the citizens and the water and the animals. And I feel like those regulations are adequate. And so I just, you know, I have a million more things to say, but my allergies are kicking my butt. And I feel like that pretty much covers thank you.
Okay. Could I request that you put the timer on the screen? I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Matthew Jefferson, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek. I'm the active license in Trinity Center and Coffee Creek, the active license. I'm in East Fork. I'm on Rancheria Creek Road, 1.5 miles up a private gated road that nobody in the community can see. My farm will not affect anybody unless they're trespassing, then it would affect them negatively. But if they're not trespassing, no one would even know that my second farm would open. But I've been fighting this for 9 years. I'm really hoping you guys have all read my comments and I don't just need to go on and on and on. I've put plenty of data and things in there to address the concerns that they have and everything like that. Coffee Creek and Trinity Center Volunteer Fire District is almost 100,000 square acres. That's far too broad. Now, while I fully respect all of the residents' concerns about not wanting commercial cannabis in the neighborhoods, I also don't want commercial cannabis in the Trinity Center or Coffee Creek neighborhood. I want this, what I'm asking for here is for this opt-out to reflect the findings that are presented and not be based off of opinions of mine or anyone else's, not be based off of discrimination. As it states right here, please note that any challenge of this nature of the proposed action in court may be limited to addressing only the issues raised at this public hearing. I have submitted 6 California land use codes that this is violating. In order for it to align with California state land use code, the opt-out should be removed, or really it should be modified to circulate the townships where the finding that says in close proximity to high population density, I apologize, sorry. If that's the finding that we're using, then it should be around the townships. It shouldn't be going after my 60-acre parcel 1.5 miles up a dirt road that has no community services. But I'm in the community services district, so I don't get to be a part of it. My East Fork is I'm like 18 miles from town. And in the finding in the land use codes that I've put up, we're clearly violating state land use code if you're going to allow my valley to have cattle, grapes, and all other forms of agriculture. We have a Christmas tree farm, but my form of agriculture is not allowed. That will fail very instantly if it's litigated. I don't really know what else to say. I know that I want to say none of you guys created this. I acknowledge that, so I'm really hoping you can fix this. But this is obscene. There's letters in here that they've called my employer at KOA. So now the job that I do separate from cannabis is in jeopardy so that I can feed my family. That's how much they're coming after me.
Randy Spencer, Coffee Creek. I got 2 comments. One, you're talking about population density. I live in an area that has a large summer population. If you're going to start talking about population density, we need to look at one of the major industries in this county, and that's tourism. The campgrounds, the resorts, they need to be taken into consideration also. I mean, to me, it's just common sense. The other thing is, I'm a longtime resident of Coffee Creek all my life, and I've watched things come and go. One of my concerns is what happens when the whole process slows down and dies. I'm part of search and rescue, and I spend a bit of time wandering around grows and grows that aren't growing anymore and what's left behind. I can show you a lot of mining areas from the last gold rush. Holes in the ground and stuff that's left behind. That's one of my concerns also. What are we going to have left behind as progress moves on? The county can't afford to deal with cleaning up. And I can show you quite a number of grows that are sitting there. There's probably $100,000 worth of material sitting there rotting away, polluting, whatever you want to call it. I think when you're looking at opt-outs or areas that they're going to cover, you need to look at what might be left behind. Thank you.
Lene Nieper, Trinity Center. Good afternoon, commissioners. I've been a resident full-time Trinity Center since 2012. And in those 14 years, I've seen significant changes to the community. When the opt-out was adopted, our population was significantly different than it is now. And that is reflected, in the reality we're facing now. We need jobs. We need families to come. The census data included in the Trinity Center Community Plan illustrates this change. In 2010, our community had 458 permanent residents. By 2020, it had dropped to 350. That's 26% decline, or a quarter of our full-time population. and again, according to the community plan that's on the 2050 website. These probably have also declined over the last 5 years since the census was done. I agree that the Trinity Center and Coffee Creek proper are not appropriate locations for cannabis cultivation. However, there are properties that do meet the requirements, that have gone through the CEQA requirements, the CEQA process, the licensing process. They should be allowed to use their land as they see fit. The community plan encompasses 27,498 acres. Most of the cannabis farms in Trinity County are 10,000 square feet of cultivation. If even 10 property owners chose to obtain their permits, not including Matt and Rhoda or anything pending, that would be 2.3 acres, which is a tiny fraction of the 27,000 acres that are listed in the community plan. I attended that final community plan meeting, and there were roughly 16 to 18 people present. The majority spoke in favor of removing the opt-out. The consensus in the room that night was let the landowners use their land as they see fit. It also emphasizes the need for to diversify our local economy. So by encouraging new businesses. So that would support cannabis cultivation, would support a wider range of economic activity. Our tourism season is getting shorter. I appreciate what Randy said about tourism and the campgrounds, but our school enrollment is also shrinking. We have a full lake this year. If we want Trinity Center, Coffee Creek to remain a viable living community rather than seasonal destination, we need to allow responsible economic opportunities. And then I'll just say in closing, I have worked with licensed farmers for the last 6 years. These people are not criminals. They are hardworking families, small farms, small farms, local business owners who simply want to operate and support their community and feed their families. So removing them or modifying the opt-out would not force cannabis cultivation in Trinity Center area. It would simply allow those who meet the strict zoning, environmental, and licensing requirements the opportunity to participate in the legal industry. So thank you.
I live in Coffee Creek, and I've been there for 38 years. I moved up here for the beauty of the area.
Please state your name.
We can't hear her
Pardon?
on Zoom.
Is
Please,
it too loud?
no, please state your name.
I'm sorry.
Please state your name.
Oh, Barbara Langford.
And really quick, can Zoom hear?
Try it again from the podium.
Okay, Barbara Langford.
Yes.
Okay.
Proceed, thank you.
All right. Okay, I've been there for 38 years. I moved there for the beauty of the area, for nature, and not to see it destroyed. It's a place where people come for a vacation. And when they come to experience what I've experienced, the nature of the area. And they don't come to go down a country road and look at buildings for marijuana and fences around it. They're there because they want to enjoy the view and the beauty of the area. And we've already opted out once, and now we're trying to do it again. I mean, we leave 40 miles. Why would anybody want to grow pot 40 miles from everywhere? Everybody there has found a little piece of heaven for themselves. And we need to keep it free and opt out. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Vidette Vanderwide, Lewiston. I'd like to bring a different perspective for those who may not understand cannabis. I do not have a farm. I'm not a licensed farmer. However, I fully support our licensed farmers. For those of us who use cannabis for their medicine, who don't take anything else to balance our bodies, to do anything else, Cannabis is that for us. And by opting out and discriminating against farmers, you are discriminating against us. We, the people who use cannabis for medicine. We have people, I worked at Cali Love. We had tourists come in all the time before they headed up to the lake to grab their bag. We have people who have medicinal, or they've got the license or for medicinal uses. They need this medicine to go and spend the week at the lake. You may not understand that, but I'm asking for compassion. I'm asking for those of us who live in this small pocket, who don't understand that the greater world at large is opening up to cannabis because more and more people are looking for natural medicines. And it's an agriculture, it's a plant, it's a medicine. So I need you to please open your minds. Open your minds. People are coming up here for farm tours now. Cannabis tourism is an actual thing. Many of us are working on bringing more people here to take cannabis farms, to meet our farmers, to take cannabis from their plants to their medicine instruments. Let us be free, man. Let us be free to have our life too. Let them be free to have their farms. And open up your minds, please. I know that some of you lived here a long time, but some of us came here just like you did 38 years ago to breathe fresh air and to be free to have our medicine delivered the way that we want it by nature, in the sun, and to our hands from the people that grow it. Thank you.
May I have a timer, please? May I have a timer, please? Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. I come to you today and ask the question, why? Why do we continue to allow this archaic conversation to continue about enacting broad, sweeping opt-out zones? As the Wendy's commercial in the 80s asked, where's the beef? Where is the evidence? Why do we continue to enact zoning requirements that have no data behind it, that have no facts behind it? Trinity County wants cannabis. It's a large economic driver in so many other jurisdictions and states. States are legalizing cannabis more. It will be legal in the US soon federally. Then the excuses will be gone. We can either be proactive and get ahead of the curve or stay behind it. With many things, Trinity County lags behind, whether it's this political or religious ideology that's fueling the sentiment against the opportunity for new economic development, and finally helping to bring this county out of the economic doldrums. I'm by no means saying that cannabis is a silver bullet, but it's part of a multi-pronged approach to economic development. Last month, the Board of Supervisors stated an idea at a meeting last month regarding the cannabis tax that I think could be used in this situation. If it's important to the people that don't want cannabis, then put it on the ballot. Let the people vote if they want opt-out zones up here. You will then have the voice of those communities, those people, the will of the people. You then have a tailored cannabis opt-out plan that realistically shows whether it's wanted or not. Real data, not conjecture or political spin. What are people afraid of by putting it on the ballot and allowing the people to speak? What you have now is inconsistency that causes confusion, segregation, discrimination, and the county picking winners and losers for businesses. Cannabis has the largest number of licensees of any commercial business type within Trinity County. You would not do this for any other type of business. Why do we treat cannabis like the black sheep family member at Christmas? Other states are thriving and expanding. They see the economic value for cannabis. We don't. I urge you to take a step back, send this back to staff, and Minter and advise them to tailor more to Trinity County values. Hands off, less government, libertarian values. Remove any words or indication of opt-out zones. Instead, fix the issue. Craft the ordinance around making sure businesses stay in line with environmental, noise, smell, and lighting requirements that we all care about and know are the major issues with cannabis and why we're all talking about this right now. Thank you for listening.
I'd like to point out that we have a finite amount of time to discuss this, and there's a lot of points that have been made and heard and reinforced. And so we're going to move on to the virtual public comment. Unless, is there more public comment in the room? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
I also think that, you know, if necessary, we can push back the start of the regular meeting to conclude this discussion. I think that is probably appropriate. Our agendas say, you know, start at X time or as soon thereafter as possible. So that would be my suggestion, that we, you know, accommodate the folks that are here and try and get through this topic as best as we can, at least as the first go round.
Yeah, I agree. We do need to take a break at between 5:30 and 6.
And for those of us who are looking at the clock in the back of the room, it's actually after 5, not after 4.
Yeah, exactly. Please.
Hello, my name's Michelle Taylor. I live in Coffee Creek.
Please make sure you speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Can you hear? Michelle Taylor, Coffee Creek. Commissioners, I'm here today to voice my concerns about an ordinance up for revision to allow open cannabis grows in Trinity Center and Coffee Creek. I'm concerned about how the process has evolved. While the consultants did not include the initial opt-out areas in their opt-out overlay draft, and why the Planning Commission has been delegated to vote as to whether the initial opt-out areas should remain opt-out zones. Prop 64 was passed in 2016. Prop 64 allows communities to completely or partially ban cannabis-related businesses. The initial opt-out areas were created in 2017 under urgency ordinance. Staff refers this assignment as a political compromise. I agree it was a compromise, but at the time there were and still are two opposing sides. The county agreed to compromise to pass the ordinance. Compromising is how a government is supposed to work. Two sides get together and make an agreement. 2019 cannabis ordinance was passed. The initial opt-out areas in there were included. And then in 2020, a EIR was established, which again included the initial opt-outs. Trinity Center Community Plan focuses on its rural natural resources and its recreational character. Nowhere does it state increase cannabis cultivation. One of the main objectives of the general plan is to support tourism. Getting rid of opt-outs goes against the Trinity Center Community Plan and the general plan and disenfranchises the wishes of many residents had in 2016 and still do. Many residents in Trinity Center and Coffee Creek do not want cannabis farms in their community. They do not want the smell. They do not want their property values to go down. They do not want increased traffic. And especially, they do not want increased break-ins or theft associated with cannabis farms. Residents and business owners in opt-out areas have invested their properties because they reside in opt-out areas. Many residents have purchased property in Trinity Center and Coffee Creek because it is an opt-out zone. There are several small resorts in the North Lake area and a large campground with some cabins, also known as KOA, in Trinity Center. All have signed the petition I've submitted. None want the opt-outs to go. None want the opt-outs to go away. Their guests spend money at local restaurants, grocery stores, shops in Weaverville, and they purchase gas and go on tourist excursions. TOT is collected to fund the county from these guests. Many visitors have visited Trinity Center and Coffee Creek and end up purchasing property here. I spoke with a Lewiston business owner, One Maple Winery, who almost went out of business because of the cannabis odor from their neighboring farm. Is that what the commissioners want? Lack of business, lack of money, people moving out? Thank you.
Thank you. Public, please keep it quiet.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Birch. I'm from Trinity Center. Chair and Commissioners, I thank you for allowing us to speak. I don't have a lot to say, but what I do want to say is I do believe the opt-out areas are very expansive right now. I do believe that there are some areas that should be removed from the opt-out. I don't believe they would have any significant negative impact on our communities. What I am concerned about is when you talked about earlier about areas that are zoned as ag and so forth. I'm concerned about that because we have some areas of land in and near Trinity Center that I believe are considered ag right now. Am I correct? I think I'm correct. That means that they could put grows there. And that puts that within our area, within our community that we cherish and we value and we love. And I know the smell doesn't bother some people. I used to smoke cigarettes. You know, it didn't bother me either because I didn't realize how bad I stunk. Now I don't smoke. I know how bad I stunk. So a comment was made by a lady at the last meeting that was very irritated that people were complaining about the smell. And she said, it's ridiculous. Just get over it. We're not getting over it. We don't like it. We don't appreciate it. We don't appreciate being disrespected by laughing at us and thinking that it's a big joke. It's not a big joke to many of us. So we care about our town very much. We love our towns. I'm not opposed to growers being out in areas where it does not impact residents. We have a lot of residents up here. They may not be in Trinity Center, but they're near around Trinity Center, they're Coffee Creek, those areas. They have a right to live their life without having to be exposed to that. They bought up here having that right. We don't want that right taken away from them. I have supported Mac and Rhoda. I have signed their petitions regarding taxes. We have not been nasty or tried to run them out. I think quite the opposite. I think I showed that we were trying to support them. I know there's some that haven't. I know there's a lot of anger going back and forth on this. I'm not one of those people. I'm not attacking growers. I support them having the right to do that. But please, let's be responsible and take everyone into consideration when we make these decisions about where we're going to allow cannabis to be grown. That's all we're asking. I don't want them banned. I don't want them to not be allowed up here. I just don't want them to infringe on our rights. We have rights too. Please respect our rights as well. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment in the room?
Pat Frost from Covington Mill. I don't want to repeat the things that everybody has already said, but I have a thought. I have a prediction I want to make. And it's based on something I've heard Commissioner Harper mention and Matt Jefferson many, many times. And I'm sure it's a very common idea here and that people adhere to. That is that people should be able to do what they want on their own property, right? Right? My prediction is in 2 weeks, when you guys have your next commission meeting, you're going to have an agenda item. And I'm going to bet money, I'll bet a beer at least, Matt, that Matt will probably not be in favor of somebody doing anything they want to do on their property based on an agenda item. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah, please address the commission and not the audience.
Well, almost good evening. My name is Susan Corrigan, and I've been the Farmers Market Director here for 35 years. Also was a longtime resident of Coffee Creek. I know most of the Coffee Creek people here in the room. And I had written a nice speech, but after listening to what the task is today and listening to you go through your points and your charts, what's before you is opt-out. And I am here to state that I approve and agree with Matt and Rhoda's farm, and I also approve and agree with Eagle Creek Ranch being allowed to be taken out of that opt-out. It is a beautiful agricultural property. It does not deserve the anger and the resentment of the neighbors. If they had worked with the new owners who have gone in and cleaned up from the shysters who were there, who originally got the permit for the land, and that land was marketed as a piece of land with a commercial permit. They have jumped through all of the hoops. The bar has kept moving on them and moving on them, and for 5 years, they have not gotten their permit, and they deserve to get their permit. Yes, cannabis has a smell and an odor, but that odor is for 1 month, approximately, in the fall, and most of the tourism at that point has come and gone, and those neighbors do not deserve to be lied about and mistrusted and mistreated. The neighbors should have joined them, asked them what their proposal was. They're not proposing a greenhouse. It's not going to be unsightly. It is not going to change the area's looks. You look beyond a green crop. They grow crop ground covers that sustain the soil. It will be a beautiful site if you would have allowed them or talked to them about what their proposal was. So I'm sad about the differentiation cannabis has brought to Trinity County because it doesn't need to do that. It is a medicine. I am caring for my 93-year-old father who built Ripple Creek Cabins, who brought Eagle Creek back, who created Coffee Creek Country Store, made the first fire department, and he does not take any pain medication because he treats it with cannabis. And so there are a lot of people who would support it. A lot of people are in favor of it. It is not all negative. And so let's be respectful, and please, you guys have a task of rezoning and looking at your overlays, and I know that you're going to do a great job. And thank you much for being on the commission.
Need more public comment in the room? If there's not, we're going to close public comment in the room and go to Zoom.
We have Veronica.
Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that David Albies is here as well, and he would like to speak after me. So I'll begin. This is Veronica Kelly Albies from Douglas City. Trinity County is unique because it contains a wide range of landscapes and communities, rural residential neighborhoods, agricultural lands, tribal areas, and remote off-grid homesteads. These areas function differently, and a one-size-fits-all land use approach does not work for everyone. Cannabis opt-out areas recognize that reality. Opt-out areas protect compatibility between land uses. In rural neighborhoods where parcels are close together and infrastructure is limited, intensive cannabis cultivation can create conflicts related to odor, water use, traffic. We know what they are. Opt-out zones give communities a way to maintain the character and livability of those neighborhoods. They support responsible planning. The general plan is meant to guide long-term land use. Maintaining opt-out areas ensures cannabis cultivation is directed towards locations where it is more appropriate, places with better road access, water availability, and fewer conflicts with residential uses. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this helps the county focus enforcement and infrastructure planning where it makes the most sense. Opt-out areas respect community choice. Many residents move to specific parts of Trinity County because of the quiet rural character and low-intensity land use. Keeping opt-out zones acknowledges that different communities have different priorities and preserves local trust in the planning process. Trinity County has already recognized the cannabis industry is struggling and created a support option. The Board of Supervisors recently approved reductions in cannabis taxes owed to the county to help cultivators survive a market that has bottomed out. That decision, with input from the cannabis community, acknowledges an important reality. Cannabis is not currently a stable or reliable economic driver for the entire county. Because of that, it would not be sound planning to assume cannabis cultivation should expand into every area of Trinity County. The general plan should instead support a balanced economy and protect the industries that are already working. It's already been mentioned today. Tourism is one of those industries and will be running neck and neck with county revenue for this fiscal year and beyond, with both bringing in roughly a little over 300,000 to our general fund. Trinity Lake is one of the county's strongest draws for visitors and generates significant TOT funding and revenue. Visitors come for clean air, natural scenery, and quiet outdoor recreation. Other areas across the county support tourism, recreation, and local economic opportunities that depend on maintaining rural character and quality of life. These areas contribute to the county's economy in ways that extend beyond cannabis. Trinity County already has locations where cannabis commercial activities are viable and accepted. Communities like Hayfork are actively building a model for cannabis farming and cannabis-related tourism. Concentrating cannabis activities in areas that support it rather than dispersing it everywhere creates better planning outcomes. Good planning means recognizing the different parts of the county serve different purposes. These areas they need to be maintained to create a boundary.
Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you very much. And David Albies is here now.
Is it all right if I butt in?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much. Cannabis is another industry vital to our community. I have talked to growers. They have showed me all sorts of benefits to the economic driver. I think what the problem is that at night we all want to go to bed, and the rest of us travel 10 miles, 30 miles to work to keep that residential area just what it's supposed to be. Residential, a little castle of your own, etc. It doesn't matter density. If you grant pardon to the Weaverville district because they're half-acre parcels, and you don't to 2-acre parcels, it makes no sense. Residence is for residents. And there's plenty of agricultural property. And if not, then what we need to do is create some more agricultural property, not in the middle of a residential area. So that's the conflict as far as I can see. I think everybody agrees that marijuana is a good thing. The people who grow it are good people. But you can't expect an industry, which that is a light industry, because it has intense labor requirements of migrant workers that come in up to 4 times, crops that could have 4 different crops a year, especially with greenhouses, and extended crop, length of crop, shorter day cycles. There's a lot of harvest, a lot of days where the labor has to come in and plant, has to maintain the plants, harvest the plants, and then process the plants. It's not supposed to be in the neighborhood. That's what commercial is supposed to be. You go to your agricultural area, you do all of your work in those zones, and then you come back and sleep. And then everybody's happy. That's really all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
We also have Lisa.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay. I had Joe muted. All right, Lisa Wright, Lewiston. I want to focus on one fundamental issue with the proposed cannabis opt-out overlay zone. The county has never established land use findings of fact supporting the carve-outs that prohibit cannabis across large portions of Trinity County. Simply stating that there's a substantial public nuisance are not findings of fact. The staff report acknowledges that the original restrictions were adopted as political compromise when the cannabis program was first created in 2017. Political compromise may explain how something happened, but it is not a legally sufficient basis for zoning restrictions that remove otherwise allowed uses across broad areas of the county. Zoning decisions require findings supported by evidence, demonstrating why specific areas are incompatible with the use. That means actual land use analysis, not generalized assumptions. Yet the county has never produced findings explaining why entire districts or broadly mapped areas should be categorically prohibited from cannabis cultivation. The problem becomes even more significant in the current proposal. The original code section addressed cultivation locations only. The proposed cannabis opt-out overlay now expands those restrictions to prohibit all cannabis license types, including distribution, testing, manufacturing, microbusiness, and non-storefront retail. In other words, the county is taking what began as a narrow cultivation limit without any land use-based findings of fact and converting it into a complete prohibition on cannabis uses across large areas without ever establishing the factual basis for doing so. This issue was raised several years ago in legal comment letters submitted to the county, which explained that expanding opt-out zones requires proper findings and consistency with the general plan. Reopening it now, you have to readdress all of those issues. These concerns have never been resolved. Instead, the current overlay appears to assume validity of prior opt-out areas and simply formalize them. Before moving forward, the county should answer a basic planning question. Where are the land use findings that justify these prohibitions? If certain locations truly present incompatibilities such as infrastructure limits, environmental constraints, or community impacts, those findings should be clearly documented and supported by evidence. But broad redlining of entire districts without analysis risks creating zones that are arbitrary and inconsistent with sound use, land use planning practice, as well as discriminatory. I respectfully encourage the Commission to carefully examine whether the proposed overlay is supported by the required findings and land use analysis necessary to support its legality before recommending adoption. Thank you.
We're going to have one more public comment before going to break. After 6 o'clock, we will proceed forward with public comment.
We have Nate.
Hello, my name is Nate. I'm calling in to state that I strictly oppose any proposed changes to opt-out provisions that take away the ability of neighbors and property owners to have a say in what is allowed in their neighborhoods. Property owners and neighbors in Trinity Center and Coffee Creek should have the right to prevent any change to opt-outs that run the risk of increasing crime, lowering property values, and impacting tourism to established businesses in the area. No one visiting Trinity County with their families wants to see or smell farms, greenhouses, and other growing operations easily from the road or near resorts or campsites. Tourists instead travel to Trinity County from out of town because they want to experience untouched nature and enjoy the rivers, meadows, forests, etc. Please don't ruin that for them, and in doing so, potentially devastate established local businesses that rely heavily on tourism. Thank you.
We got room for one more before 5:30. We have just two more. If we only have one more public comment, last public comment, and then we're closing it.
Four more.
Never mind. One more public comment.
We have Catherine Sidman.
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston. I'm going to try to keep it bullet points. I hear what people are saying about protecting the resorts, and I look at this as a long-term proposal. People want to come here for cannabis tourism. They are coming. They gird your loins because they are coming. And the Emerald Triangle cannabis tourism is the belle of the ball right now, and they are coming. This work that you're doing today needs to have that forward-looking lens. And I think that a reasonable thing to do is create a clear, understandable, actionable, legal framework for opt-out zones, and then have people go through that process. And please include something about opting back in. Once this is set in stone, how do communities in the next 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, how do they change and opt back in? So I think what's reasonable, because this was adopted as part of the emergency compromise that people have referenced, it makes sense at this point when we're doing this hard work. And I appreciate the Planning Commission so much for what you're doing. It's I know all of you have good intentions. You're all so well studied on this and spend so much time, and I appreciate that. Now that we're doing the hard work, let's do the hard work. And things that were brought in without a formal process, without findings of fact, without full knowledge of everyone who lives in that community as a rush job, as part of an emergency compromise, let's get a format for opting out, and let's utilize that format moving forward if communities want an opt-out zone. And if that format takes in all community voices and that's the community decides, I support their ability to have an opt-out zone done properly, as long as there is a provision made for a decade later, a new community made up of different faces and voices can opt back in if they want to.
Thank you. We'll now take a half-hour break and come back at 6 o'clock. Let's open this meeting back up. Let's continue the public comment.
We have Nancy.
Nancy, please proceed. Ooh.
Hello. I just wanted to add some guidance. I think that the hard work that was put into opt-outs by both planning and supervisors and communities shouldn't go to waste because it spoke for the time on what was the need. But I do believe that we should define some things. And for example, I think that cannabis licenses should be issued with the population density in mind. But I don't know that I heard a clear definition of density. Would that be within a subdivision, perhaps average parcel size, or within a square mile? Similar metrics. But I think that needs to be defined to be a good, because that's a provable fact. That is what apparently they say is lacking, is reasons that are tangible and factual, that population density can be calculated very accurately. I think that there should be a process in place, if the overlays are left as is, for how to revise them, to consider both sides. If the community changes significantly, there should be a process in place for people to make their feelings known and revise as needed. But perhaps that could be done at the district level with the planning commissioner, with their people, taking that kind of feedback and working together as a community instead of contentious meetings. I just think that some of you were there, some of you are new, some of the supervisors are no longer there. That went into all of this planning. It seems like a lot of wasted time to just throw out when it can be revised and fine-tuned. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
We also have Anna.
Hello,
Anna?
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. My name's Anna Burke. I'm a longtime Coffee Creek resident, 20 years. I also need to make a quick disclosure. I am on another county commission, Trinity County LAFCO, and I'm not speaking as a LAFCO commissioner. We've been going over our code of conduct there, and just want to make sure that I'm speaking as myself, Coffee Creek resident on this matter. Something that concerns us up here in Coffee Creek and Trinity Center, going over the staff report that you prepared prior to this meeting. Looking through section 1743050, limitation on location to cultivate cannabis. At the very bottom, it was brought to our attention, some of our neighbors sent this around to all of us and asked us to, make comment or show up at the meeting, to ask this question that might have been answered earlier in this meeting, in that they're going to use zoning use and appropriate use of agricultural areas as opposed to these opt-out zones. But we do have a question at the very bottom of that staff report. I'll just read it quickly. There's a highlighted area. It says, based on the understanding of county staff, these provisions, that would be the provisions of 1743050, were reached as a political compromise in order to adopt Chapter 17.43 in October 2017, create a commercial cannabis licensing program. The part that we are questioning is the zoning districts and geographic areas listed in 17.43050 says are not, and that would be Weaverville, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek, et cetera, in number 7 of this limitation list, are not, I will get to my question in a moment, currently included in the draft COO document. Staff is requesting a review of the proposed provisions contained in the COO combined with a review of the existing provisions from 1743-050 and recommendations from the Planning Commission. So what our neighbors have requested is we ask why those areas, these existing zoning districts and geographic areas are not going to be included in the draft COO document. Thank you. That's my main question.
Thank you.
We also have Steve.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, it's Steve from Junction City. Thank you for continuing to take public comment on this. From my understanding of the way these opt-outs came about, I think the county has put itself in a risky position. I think it's only been the good faith of those cultivators in those zones that haven't brought lawsuits yet, or maybe because they can't afford to bring a lawsuit, or they're just good faith of trying to work with the county. I don't think the way they were created was fair or legal. And I think most of us would support a fair, transparent process for opt-outs. But that's not the way those went down. They all happened very differently. And I think especially up in the Trinity Center area, it's just way too big. I think that there's a reasonable area around the lake and the cabins that makes sense. And but it just expanded out to areas that don't make sense. And we're going on 10 years, and it's frustrating to hear so many of the concerns that are addressed, that have been addressed. And I hope the commissioners realize that a lot of these complaints are complaints about the lawful operations, but are based on the unlawful operations. Gun owners go through a very similar, problem of being blamed for the bad actions of the bad actors. Like one commenter mentioned cleanups. We have county and state bonds that we have to pay for and keep active every year that are to pay for abandoned farms. If we abandon our farm, there is a bond that we have filed as part of our licensing process with the county and with the state to clean up our properties. The scenic views. There are rules already in place for scenic highways, and I support, if we're going to continue opt-outs, it needs to be done fair. It needs to include the landowners of those areas and not be done in the way that it was done before. Thanks for taking comments.
Thank you, Steve. Is there any more public comment?
One more, we have Kara Allen Tree.
Kara, are you there?
Hi there.
Kara Allen from Coffee Creek. I've been here almost 9 years. And I'm also a conservator of some land in the Coffee Creek burn area. I just wanted to talk a little bit about, echo a little bit what Catherine said and what the last speaker just said. Forgive me, I'm not sure of his name. This is all a limited, false, old belief system. And we really need to rework this for the times that we're currently living in. And I think we're really missing the boat, just to speak candidly, on all the wonderful, amazing people who are in our county working in cannabis. And we've really been stigmatized, like the last speaker said, because of the bad behaviors of the people who've, went through basically all of the old gorilla farms and all the legal operations. And one of the reasons why we see such a mess here on Bowerman Ridge is because of this very reason. And those were not legal grows. Those were not under this type of legislation. So I just really think that we need to rethink all of this. And also, as particular in my area, there's just a lot of hate and not a lot of truth. So we need to get to the bottom of the truth, and we need to get to the bottom of the reality of what this is actually going to bring to the community. And I think I heard Rhoda say it, nobody wants the whole community to be riddled with cannabis grows and farms and for them to fail and for there to be falling canopies and just detriment to the land. Nobody wants to see that, especially not your local cannabis growers who are super, super knowledgeable people about the land, about regenerative soil. I'm specifically interested in that because of what we've endured in our fire area, where actually cannabis could do a lot of good, especially when you're integrating it with real crop rotation. So that's all I'm going to say. Very, very grateful and proud to be a member of this community. And we shouldn't miss the boat on the stigma of what the reefer madness generation brought to this society. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment?
Yes, we have Liz.
Liz, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. I'm Liz McIntosh from Junction City. And I don't want to take too much time, just echoing the last commenter, Steve's comments, Lisa's comments. You know, you guys sit in a quasi judicial place. You need to make your decisions not based off emotion, but based off law, based off legal findings, based off all of those things. And the NIMBYism and the haterism is real, for lack of a better term. But, and I agree with Catherine as well, if a proper opt-out overlay or whatever that tool is in accordance with planning guidelines, great. If that works and has a tool to be able to opt back in, fantastic. But in the meantime, don't keep perpetuating things that are opening you up to lawsuits, right? And if you do, I sure hope the cannabis community can come together and have a class action if they can't afford it, because they've been super kind, just trying to get a piece of the pie here. And yeah, that's all I have to say. So thank you so much. I think you're all doing, heroes work. Keep the good fight up. And thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment?
No more comments.
I am closing public comment and bringing it back to the commission for discussion. Fellow commissioners. He'll be back.
So comments amongst ourselves, or
Yeah, this is
questions for staff?
This is our opportunity.
Okay.
Nope, we had questions for staff. We had
So-
public comment. Now this is discussion.
They're saying the findings for the opt-out is based on population density. If you look at the maps, I don't see that. It looks to me like legally, if you're going to keep it within the findings, it should be downsized quite a bit. And I agree with, an urban area like Weaverville or middle of Lewiston, Trinity Center, obviously opt-out is the way to go, but what they took in doing the fire response area district was huge. I mean, if you look at the map, it's giant. And that doesn't make any sense to me if you're basing your findings on population density.
Yeah, I appreciated Adrian's comment as he was talking about with the ordinance as it is now and where we're going with it. Specifically for my district, what is that, and the Weaverville Service District associated it, how many properties are still eligible? What does that really look like? What does that mean? And so I would love to see a map that's showing what that would mean and what that looks like, just to help contextualize it for me. But I thought I appreciated putting it into that perspective. And yeah, it's hard. It's really hard for us to make, or for me to make these decisions without understanding the landscape impact that it's going to have, with it, knowing that things are going through rezoning. And so we're making it kind of understanding what the existing zoning is and our knowledge of the county, but looking at it as where the zoning is going to go makes it really hard to really concretely make these decisions. So I do want to make sure that we do look at some mapping exercises as we transition. And we do have, I think the land use map is there, but maybe the zoning is still in process. Is that correct, Drew?
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to thank the public who's here and how well they've articulated tonight, and appreciate the participation and the respect that you've had for one another. So thank you. It's very valuable. The written comments, very well done. So thank you.
Yeah, I echo that.
Chair. So I have several comments. I mean, people keep talking about findings. So the original urgency ordinance, it was an urgency ordinance in 2017, was readopted in 2019, and that was not an urgency ordinance. Likewise, it was followed by the EIR, which has a lot of those findings. I mean, it talks about significant impacts, how to mitigate those, and it assumed that the opt-out areas were in place as it developed the EIR. It talks about things like exposure of people to objectionable odors, section 3.3-3, and it's talking about how setbacks don't always mitigate those smells, okay, that you can have odor impacts that are objectionable to people, and it's talking about not mitigated significant impacts for up to 2 miles. So it's not just right next to a populated area, especially in areas where there's downdraft canyon flows and things like that. So I would say there are findings that support the current ordinance. There are issues that are not, that populated areas are still going to face with commercial cannabis cultivation. I agree. The Coffee Creek Fire District is a huge area. It goes all the way up to Big Flat. And that should be amended. That's why I keep pushing for a mechanism to amend the opt-out areas. And what my concerns are is that there are people who have made decisions about where they're going to buy property, where they're going to live, where they're going to have their business, assuming that they are in an opt-out. I don't know if you guys had a chance to read the most recent letters and petitions that were submitted, but for example, one is from KOA, which is the biggest, business in the Trinity Center area, talking about expansion of commercial cultivation near them is going to affect their business. And there are parcels right up the canyon from them that would be eligible. I'm not talking about the grandfathered ones, No, I'm talking about, there are
Please-
additional
Please no
parcels.
dialogue with the commission at this point.
There are additional parcels that would be eligible for cultivation. And so, I'm concerned about local businesses. Around Trinity Center proper, at the periphery, there are agriculturally zoned parcels, right on the periphery, that could potentially now have cannabis cultivation. We have expanded where you can have cultivation to add RR10 and RR. And those weren't in there before. We have potentially added TPZ because the zoning tables have that yellow highlight. We don't know what we're doing with TPZ yet.
RR has always been able to cultivate.
RR or RR10.
All RR has been able to cultivate since the beginning of the urgency
Okay,
ordinance.
you're right. So anyway, I think it needs to be amended. The ability to amend it for sure. The EIR provides findings, which people keep saying we don't have findings. It's a 500-page document that has a lot of findings in it. I think we need to keep the opt-outs, but add flexibility in terms of how they can be amended in the future.
Drew, can you add context as to, if we amend the boundaries for these opt-out zones, what that means for the EIR, and would additional analysis be required at the county level?
Essentially, as I understand it, the existing cannabis program EIR will in many ways be incorporated by reference into the general plan EIR. There is the potential that, given that we are making some modifications to, the zoning in which particular, uses will be allowed, whether cannabis or beyond, but specific to the sort of interaction between the cannabis program EIR and the general plan EIR, there may be some areas or provisions that are supplemented by the general plan EIR, but we just haven't gotten into that stage of environmental review. Essentially, at this point, we're kind of at a standstill until we get through these study sessions for Rincon to really start digging into the environmental analysis.
So we have the capacity, if needed, to address any additional environmental review that would be needed for such a change.
We absolutely will have to.
But wouldn't that be really significant? Think about how long and how many dollars it took to come up with the current EIR. If you take out a major part, which is take out the opt-outs, that's a significant change.
I don't think we're really talking about taking out the opt-out, but if I can sort of provide some additional clarity at this point, I did reach out to Minter Harnish a bit ago to get some, to ask sort of the questions that you had, Commissioner Flights, as it relates to how the opt-out would be established and modified once established. So modifications to the overlay zones would be modified like any other zoning map amendment. It would go before the Planning Commission with final approval by the board, and it would be treated exactly like a rezone. And so I asked, so individual property owners can make a request related to parcels within an existing opt-out. And the response was yes, individual property owners, the Planning Commission, or the board can initiate a request as well as planning staff to engage in rezones. And then some of our other questions I asked, so when the overlay is adopted, will all affected property owners be notified directly? Yes, all properties that are subject to a rezone will be notified. That's per state law. So if that helps to provide some additional clarity on, essentially that, Planning Commission, board, staff, or an individual property owner at any point in the future can request a rezone that would then modify their inclusion into the opt-out overlay.
Okay. And then similar on that same track, has Mintner Harnish or Trinity County Legal Counsel laid in on the comments about the conflict with state policy at this point in time?
At this point, I would say we have not had a comprehensive discussion as of yet, but once we sort of get through these study sessions and propose the revisions to zoning code, then undoubtedly that will occur.
Okay, would we be able to get some input from county council prior to making some of these decisions and redirects to understand a little bit more about the legal consequences?
Yes, in my conversation with Michael Gibbons from Interharnish earlier today, that did come up in our discussion.
Okay.
That undoubtedly, as with zoning code in any capacity, county council reviews and ensures that we're compliant with state law.
Thank you. I appreciate the diligence.
As a tip of the hat to the existing ordinance, staff said that over the last year, there's been 2 complaints for smell. I think you say 2 complaints, county-wide. So our ordinance seems to be working, and the mitigations.
But the opt-out areas,
I'm just talking generally for the county that has, cannabis throughout the county in all the towns, in rural residential. There have, for the last 10 years have been here, since the adoption of these stipulations, the amount of noise complaints has been deteriorating, which is a symbol, in my opinion, of good stewardship.
but it might also be because the opt-out areas where the population is preclude cultivation. So yeah, so then you're not going to get the odor complaints because the opt-out areas exist.
I was not talking about the opt-out areas. I'm just in the county where there's farms in communities and rural residential and such like that. There have been traditionally lots of different complaints, and when the mitigations have been put in place, those complaints have been consistently going down, which is showing that it's working. I recall, I appreciate what Nancy Anderson, I think of Lewiston, mentioned, that the concentrations of density, the cultivation might not be best suited for places of density, in the town centers. But Coffee Creek Road is 20 miles. Ramshorn Road is 5 miles of large parcels behind a mile and a half of locked gate. I don't see how that has an effect on the character of the community if somebody on 40 acres or 60 acres behind a locked gate has a farm. Please help me understand the logic. I don't really understand it.
I totally agree with those areas as examples, that's not appropriate, but I mean, those are the hinterlands. I mean, Trinity Center CSD extends from Ridgeville up through Trinity Center. And there are pockets of communities all along that highway. And so how do you say, okay, if the odor issues are 2 miles, how do you say, okay, right in between these 2 communities, you got a quarter of a mile potentially where you could have.
Could you provide me details where you got 2 miles of smell?
That's in the EIR where it's talking about that.
2 miles, huh?
Yes.
Interesting.
Which, if I may, that is why, we propose to have odor mitigation apply to cannabis land uses. And again, we came up with what other jurisdictions are using as a standard in terms of the dilution ratio, above which it's considered, a public nuisance in other jurisdictions. That's also, as I explained previously, tied to an agricultural standard. In that setting, for agricultural odors, there's a correlation between bacterial load and odor concentration, which is obviously a dynamic that's distinct and doesn't exist related to cannabis odors. But that 7-to-1 dilution ratio has been used by Yolo County for a number of years now. They also have an EIR that was prepared by Ascent. Ours was the first, I think, and theirs was a year or 2 after. So they have their odor section is much more robust than ours is. But again, I think, obviously odors can travel a significant distance. but the intent of the olfactometer and that dilution ratio was to kind of clarify, yeah, you might be able to smell it, but at what concentration are we going to consider it a nuisance and a negative impact?
Thank you for that.
Second.
And if I may, also with regards to the viewscape and scenic highway, is Highway 3 considered a scenic highway?
Yes.
That would preclude cannabis if there was no opt-out, let's say, in a different reality, and there is a scenic highway and the viewscape, would cannabis cultivation be allowed on ag zoning next to a highway that's with that scenic viewscape?
Can I add a little bit of context really, really quick?
Sure.
That it's 299, so from Reading all the way to Blue Lake is a scenic byway, and then 3 north are both scenic byways.
Okay.
Johnson designated them woodland and bee, but also something about the EIR, if I may.
Okay.
The individual grow also has an EIR, and in that there are mitigations for odor addressed also. So to put a blanket countywide EIR without giving the respect and the expense to the individual property owner, who also in turn has a very extensive EIR in CEQA, and in that is strict mitigations for odor, it's not fair to not respect that also.
But the
Discussion,
final,
before more discussion, could I get clarity on that?
Which part of?
Yeah, the viewscape, right? And the scenic highway, let's say going up, if there's a scenic highway on Highway 299 and there's ag zoning, would a farm be able to establish itself on that scenic highway where it could be seen? What are the mitigations, if any?
I'd have to dig a little deeper, but I'm at reference 8 of 35 to scenic in the final EIR, and mitigation measure 3.1-1A would address impacts on scenic views and scenic resources by requiring the screening of new cultivation sites and the establishment of screening features at existing cultivation sites, ensuring that these features do not dominate the scenic view.
Okay.
so the large EIR does have these mitigation measures, but it recognizes in section 3.3 that they don't always work. So that's why I'm saying, there's still a concern. And it's not just population density. I mean, how would you determine that? Because again, the North Lake is dependent on recreation. So do you count all the campgrounds where all the tourists come up to go camping?
Isn't that already excluded?
No.
In the, what is that, the Shasta, the Whiskey Town Shasta recreation area, all around the lake itself is excluded?
But it isn't, the NRA is an opt-out area.
I mean, and that is excluded presently. I mean,
And so is Trinity Center CSD. So you're picking and choosing which opt-out areas you're going to keep?
I'm just asking questions. I'm not saying picking and asking to remove any. I'm just,
Well,
I
and
think
what
you've
about,
actually clarified that maybe the Coffee Creek or maybe Trinity Center might be too large, and it might be arbitrarily large or overarchingly large. And so maybe we discuss how to find a balanced approach. And that's what everybody's talking about here is balance, ways to protect the community, but and the concentrations of property, but also allow areas that are behind 1.5 miles a locked gate in the appropriate zoning to be able to provide a livelihood for their families.
agreed. So I'm saying Coffee Creek Fire District is huge, and that makes sense to modify that. Trinity Center CSD, if you look at that, our geographic boundaries, does not make sense to amend that because of the way our communities are strung out and where there are ag lands that are immediately adjacent to not just town, but to recreation facilities, trailheads, things where we're trying to get people to come. And as people, I mean, I don't know if you had a chance to read the last batch of comments, but there are a lot of comments from people supporting the opt-out in the North Lake area. And there's a petition that has almost 150 names of people supporting that. So there are a lot of people trying to tell you they want to keep those opt-out areas.
I think I did read the comments and have reflected on them. I think it's a little biased though, because it was reaching a specific community. We don't have the comments from the other side saying that they would come from the tourism for cannabis. We don't have that side of the conversation as part of this, which is something to consider. One of the things that we all know, I like maps. I'm a visual person. And so trying to look at this more as how we're going to address it from a zoning standpoint, I like an idea of seeing like what a 2-mile buffer around some of these communities, these dense community areas would look like, what that looks like compared to the current boundaries. And, you know, there's still going to be some outliers, that there's ag within these high density areas, and recognize that maybe that's not the right spot, but maybe that there's other areas that we could support opening back up and looking at opportunities there. And as we're going through this, I do also want us to acknowledge that as we were changing and addressing the tables, that we also need to talk about those uses as well, not just the cultivation, because there are certain opt-out zones that say you can't have a retail store in them, those kinds of things. We need to make sure that we address that and don't leave that ambiguous, that this is not just the cultivation, it's also the businesses, micro business, manufacturing, distribution. So I want to make sure that we have a wholesome and all-encompassing approach, and knowing that it could get amended and modified in the future. But let's have it a holistic approach to it, to try to address it reasonably and support.
I agree. I mean, I've said that all along. We need to have the ability to amend which uses, but based on zoning. I mean, it really makes sense. If you don't have industrial zoning like Trinity Center, why would you allow testing? Because that's only allowed in industrial zones, you know, things like that. I mean, you need to match what is in the zoning with the uses allowed.
Of course.
I would also like to point out, like I was trying to say earlier, I mean, I don't think it's just population density. I think you really need to consider the use. If we had to go back and do a finding for the North Lake area, I mean, our findings would be based on, this is recreation. I mean, that's the 800-pound gorilla of our economy. And so that's why cultivation per se is not always compatible. Whereas, you know, retail storefront or something like that, I'd love to see that in Trinity Center. Right now it's not allowed, but I think tourists would love that. So there just has to be some better way to deal with this.
May I clarify that in these original limitations on location to cultivate areas, the only thing that it prohibits is cultivation.
Right.
So currently
Okay.
in Trinity Center, distribution, cultivation, manufacturing are all allowed based on zoning.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, not cultivation.
Okay.
Everything but cultivation.
And is that true for Lewiston? I thought there was some small deviation for the Lewiston one.
So there are
Table.
a number of more recent opt-outs in the Lewiston area. Rush Creek, Lewiston Mountain View, Wilson Road. They're listed in that COO document. I can pull it up. But those have more restrictions where it's, you know, no retail, no distribution, basically all of the cannabis land uses are prohibited versus the original limitations areas that were established in conjunction with the cultivation ordinance and only prohibit cultivation specifically.
Thank you.
I couldn't agree more with Commissioner Flights. The provided documentation is very one-sided. Some of it is from people who left the area over 10 years ago. And it's also worth noting that Trinity Lake recreation is a byproduct. That lake was built for the Central Valley Water Project, and they will drain that lake to a mud puddle if the need is there. So recreation in that community is a bonus that we get, but make no mistake, that lake is for the Central Valley Water Project. But I do agree that the letters provided, while do provide a story, they provide a very one-sided story. So I couldn't agree more with what you said about being stewards moving forward.
You know, and a concern that I I hold as a planning commissioner, is that we want to encourage growth. And, we see that we have shrinking populations. We have schools that are shrinking. And if there is, more people being born than in obituaries, then maybe there is a challenge that needs to be addressed. Like, we need to have a community that encourages families, that encourages schools and working families. And so I want to hear more from the families, from the parents who are needing to provide a livelihood for their children out here. That is the future. That is what this general plan is made for, the next 25 years or the next 50 years. And that's something that we really need to consider and make sure that we are cultivating, or we are having a general plan that is not keeping people away from being able to raise their families in our most rural areas.
Well, if you're talking about economics, I mean, Hayfork seems to be the perfect destination for cannabis tourism. That's where the bulk of the licensees are, or Junction City or wherever. I mean, I don't see why cannabis tourism has to be spread all over the county. Likewise, to me, if you add more opt-out areas, if you take out opt-out areas, you expand the areas available to cultivation, you've kind of diluted that ability to have that tourism because it's not geographically focused. I mean, so you have more competition. Anyway, I'm just throwing out there as, if you're trying to get more jobs, it just seems like having certain areas that are focused on attracting recreation, VRBOs, Airbnbs, all that stuff, and you have other areas that take advantage of all the business opportunities that cannabis offers. I mean, it just makes more sense to me as a former business person.
We just want to make sure that schools don't have the risk of closing, because when a school closes and a post office closes, then that is the end of a community's existence. And there are certain communities here where they are holding on by a thread. There might be 3 students or 5 students in a school, and that might be a symptom of economic conditions.
Just a point you said there about belonging in certain areas. I think America has a relationship with putting certain groups or designations in certain areas in the past that I don't agree with. And I think everyone within the county should be available to provide for their family however they see fit. It wasn't so long ago that there were certain groups of our communities who were only allowed to shop in certain areas, go to school in certain areas, and have business in certain areas. I don't like that comment about it's appropriate in this part of this county, but not in the others. I think that's a very, very slippery slope.
I didn't say that at all. I didn't say it belongs in certain areas. I'm just saying there's a critical mass sometimes. I did agritourism when I worked for UC Cooperative Extension. And so that was one of my things I was looking at was where are the different types of agricultural operations and how can we create ag trails and all that? And that's where I'm saying that if you have a concentration of businesses in a certain place, it just makes more sense to promote that. I'm not saying it doesn't belong other places. I'm just saying that makes more sense as a business person.
Thank you for the clarification.
Commissioner?
So I mean, I think there's no reason why we can't amend the maps while we're doing this whole entire zoning update. So we can amend the maps and put in place a mechanism to be able to modify or amend the opt-outs as it goes along would be a great idea. But I see no reason why not to go over the mapping and amend anything that needs to be amended while this is being done.
I agree.
I do.
Scrutinize the whole density, you know what I mean? And the outlying areas that affect the density, that should all be looked at. And
I am concerned, how do we get enough not public feedback and engagement, because it's here, it's engaging, but how do we address all of the parcel owners? How do we get that feedback? Because in Trinity County, if we send out mailers, we don't respond, right? So how do we make sure that the groups that felt that they weren't represented before are participating? And that's hard for me. I do like the idea of a vote, but it gets into who owns the land versus who's living in the communities and renting. And I don't know how to separate that out right now. And it makes it hard.
Layers of maps to look at would help, like the Whiskey Town recreational area map. That would be nice to look at and
I think a
lay on
survey,
top of everything and look at everything. You know, I mean, look at all the different options.
Good luck getting that. I've been trying.
a survey and a blind survey, or not a blind survey, but so people can, you know, how would that happen? Yeah,
So what about
Each-
what about a workshop in the area?
I mean,
And
but
then they send an ambassador back to, once they figure out and vote and
I just don't, you know, we don't
Agree on
want the
something.
tyranny of the masses or the most loudest voices. But
Sure.
if there'd be a way to have like a way to vote, each property owner has a vote based on their location. And that could be a way that certain neighborhoods can, like 60% of that neighborhood, 80% of the neighborhood wants to be opt-in, then that neighborhood is in, and the other neighborhoods, 60% want out, then they're out.
How about if we follow the procedure that was enumerated by the Board of Supervisors earlier? So all the existing opt-out areas stay, and if someone wants to change that, they follow the procedure that Rush Creek and all that had to follow, where they followed this is what I proposed, I've been proposing for months. And I'm saying, why don't we make it a little easier for Coffee Creek in the interim? Because we know Coffee Creek needs to be fixed. But why don't we keep the other opt-out areas and let them, if they want to opt out of the opt-outs, why don't we let them follow the same procedure that the earlier people did to opt in?
Well,
Seems
but
what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
But what about the properties in Weaverville that want to opt in because they were added to the Weaverville Community Service District since 2016? Are we going to address that now too? And how do,
If that's easy to document, then I would say, yeah, include them now versus, I mean, it's pretty easy to document that portions of the Coffee Creek Fire District are inappropriate. I don't know about the Weaverville. But that's
Seems like
more of a
part of-
slam dunk.
It seems like part of Trinity Center is also, you know, way out North Fork.
That's Coffee Creek.
Is that? Is that? Okay, yeah, I thought that was Trinity Center.
Well,
That,
No,
hey, this, no, thank you. I mean, it sounds like these, you know, these opt-out zones were put in these huge blankets as a temporary compromise with the urgency ordinance to just settle the tension. And those have solidified over the years and are kind of have arbitrary sizes that seem to be out of touch.
Duncan, you and I were both there in 2016 and 17. We were at the Performing Arts Center when there were hundreds of people. It was standing room only. So all respect to Dan Fraser, we were there. And it was a political compromise in order to get it passed. And those hundreds of people that said they wanted to have opt-out areas, their voices are still valid. So why are we not listening to all those voices and all the people that signed petitions and sent letters in? You're discounting all the, I mean, there's a pile of letters saying we want to stay in an opt-out area.
I actually agree with Commissioner Fall on this one. We have to give weight to the people who did that in the past, but we also have to respect the times changes, but I don't want to lose sight of the people that did all that work back then and the signatures, and they fought to get into the opt-out, but mapping would help us a lot.
Mitigations have changed a lot in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
and I do think, you know, to the point, looking at high density, right? That's what some of this language is based off of, and giving value to that and how we're looking at protecting the high density.
Yeah, I think that's at the core of the challenges is the what are the words? The findings. You know, like it seems like there's a lot of subjectivity and a finding to cut out whole swaths of area need to be measurable, be locked in, scientific logic, right? Like lack of water is not an appropriate finding because the EIR mitigates the lack of the water, as farmers are not allowed to even use surface water. So that finding shouldn't be there, right?
Well,
Community,
how Trinity County uses surface water does not necessarily, how close our wells are allowed to be to surface water, does not necessarily mean they're fully hydrologically disconnected. So even though that's the intent, in reality, that may not actually be true, but honor what we currently have present. So just want to clarify that really quick. And I'm just going to add one more thing. Sorry for interrupting. But to also support some of the other concerns around the recreation, potentially there should be looking at it's similar to how we have other setbacks from public places, from schools, those kinds of things. Potentially, a campground could be added into that, or given a setback, or how far a cultivation site has to be from that to help accommodate that concerns if we wanted to go down that road. But sorry for interrupting.
fellow commissioners?
I feel a way to amend it, being an easy path to amendment is definitely a thing. And then we should go over maps and possibly change, as we're doing this, change it. If you go through the whole 2-year process of this whole thing we're doing, and then you can, then someone who has an ag farm that's legitimately can grow, by the time they can go through this process, they're not even going to be here anymore. You're talking 4 years down the road before you can even, 5 years maybe. So to do it now is more appropriate, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as this whole process that's supposed to be done by 28 or something, this whole thing, right? Or 27, 28.
And
Wouldn't going over the maps and kind of solidifying the areas that should for sure be an opt-out, and then maybe opening up some of the areas that shouldn't be an opt-out.
It's opening up a can of worms, but it seems appropriate. I mean, and again, I hear what Commissioner Flights, and I respect what her hydrological understanding, but that's the same throughout the county, right? That we're not supposed to use surface water. And so that is supposed to be mitigated. It is mitigated. That's what the EIR is there for. But these findings need to be set in measurable, concrete facts. They need to be. And I don't see that with the findings as they exist. So maybe we need to come back with, maybe there are, I'm assuming there are very valid findings to opt out these areas, but we need to see those findings in front of us.
Well, I guess I disagree, because I think we should keep the opt-out areas. I think they were in the EIR, and they assumed that they were mitigation essentially. I do think we need to make the obvious amendments like Coffee Creek Fire District, and have the ability to further amend things like potentially Weaverville. But based on all the people that assumed they were in an opt-out area, made decisions, made comments when the ordinance was drafted, we need to respect that. We need to start from the standpoint of assuming that they're going to stay. But like I said, make the obvious amendments, have the ability to further amend things.
So a consensus of this board or commission moving forward, making sure that the opt-outs and the individual properties within opt-out zones have a rezoning mechanism. It sounds like that is already in place. That exists.
Yeah, that will be available once they're formally, rezoned via the overlay zone.
I would like to see, the zones be refined to where the findings substantiate before it's set in stone.
But that's going to take a lot of work to create those findings. So why don't you have the, that's going to be a lot of work to provide those findings. And so why don't you have the opt-out areas, which people have been making decisions on, and then have the ability for them to be amended.
Because I feel like with the findings as they are, they're on shaky ground. And so we want to make sure that they are on solid footing, just for the welfare of our county government and for the communities that they represent.
Well, within the scope of the timeframes we're dealing with, we would not be able to do that.
So Drew, if for the rezonings in the future, those would, each of those rezones then, if we don't get it done under the general plan EIR, would each of those need to have supplemental environmental analysis that would be separate from like their cultivation licenses to allow for that rezoning to happen? Or what would that mean?
It's a good question. Essentially, big picture, we're going to be working through the 10,000 or so rezones that we need to accomplish 2027 and 2028, primarily as a result of the unclassified zoning district. So we've been working on developing a strategy as to how we will accomplish that, but we're not quite there yet in terms of me being able to communicate exactly how that will occur. But I think we can all assume that there will be many planning commission meetings throughout 2027 and 2028. Additionally, within all of that, we will have to accomplish the adoption of these overlay zones. And so just to clarify, all of zoning code, we're tracking in tandem or concurrently to try and get this all accomplished by the end of this calendar year. But in terms of the actual rezones and then what we're grappling with as the opt-outs and the findings and all of that, that will certainly come up when that overlay zone is brought forward to the Planning Commission and to the board during 26 or during 27 and 28. So I think that in the shorter term, as far as, let's say right now and general plan EIR preparation during the rest of this calendar year, I think I'm following that, the commission would like to see additional visual references and mapping and, a pretty significant GIS task for us to accomplish, which I think is accomplishable. There may be some issues as far as quantifying population density and things like that, but I think it's all something we can work through and figure out where we want to land. Again, in the shorter term, do we want to now, it's almost 7 o'clock, do we want to look and just have some more, some discussion specific to any modifications to zoning code as it relates to these limitation sections? That would be ideal. I don't know, how quickly we can get through that. And then I really don't want to propose that we'll do this again because based on my conversation with Mentor Harness staff today, we're going to start to negatively impact our overall timelines. That being said, I think that we can give them the direction to start compiling all the rest of the comments and making all of the rest of the changes, which are quite expansive for the rest of zoning code, and give us a little bit more time to dig into this further. I don't know if there's any more specifics that you would like to give as direction to staff now, as far as, kind of orienting us to what you would like to see in the future as far as specifics on, okay, got it, we want to see where the NRA is, as it relates to, North Lake area. It sounds like you want to see sort of the boundaries of the CSDs, how they've changed since 2016 to present, potentially. And so at least what I'm imagining is, a series of maps where we can hone in on these various areas and their boundaries, and at least provide that as a starting point. Again, I think in overall timeline wise, the suggestion to do a petition similar to what happened in the more, recent Lewiston opt-outs, could be a viable strategy, but I don't want to offer that up as a solution because I do think that that may have some negative impacts to our overall timeline, and we want to be very cognizant of, the contract that we have with Mentor Harnish, those significant costs that we will incur, and then also our now longstanding objective to get this accomplished in calendar year 2026, at least in terms of adopting the general plan and the EIR.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Shall we move forward with any amendments?
So amendments to limitations on location to cultivate cannabis, is that what you're talking about?
I was just trying to bring us back to, a more clear discussion on code. If the commission wants to dig into that now, obviously that's your pleasure. If we want to bring it back and dig into it at a later date, you just let us know how you'd like to
So
proceed.
are you talking about in addition to any changes to the opt-out areas, or are you talking about part A?
This is within the opt-out area. This is the opt-out ordinance changes to the ordinance.
I mean, personally, the way I frame this discussion in my mind is that we're talking about the newer opt-out ordinances that have been established over the last couple of years, which are included into the COO, and then 1743050, as it's currently codified.
Yeah. Fellow commissioners, do you have anything to add?
Well, I think we haven't really answered the basic question of whether or not we proceed forward assuming that the opt-out areas exist, or that we proceed saying that no, they don't exist and we have to go back to square one.
I think that we need to proceed with the assumption that they do exist.
Okay, thank you.
I will just reiterate, I think that, for a permanent opt-out to exist, there needs to be solid findings. Those two in particular, I believe they need to update their findings to be measurable and in fact, so that it does not get litigated and we don't put all this work into this ordinance for it to fall through the cracks. And so I don't know if it would be the community of Trinity Center and Coffee Creek to provide findings, or if it would be staff to provide findings, but the findings need to be real.
I also do want to comment and address the reality that we are in a very different reality from 2016 and 2017 when it comes to inclusion and the regulation and everything, and where we were with illegal farms and how that was happening and operating, and where we are today are two very different worlds. And I just want us to recognize that. For those of you who don't know, I moved here in 2017. So what I came into at that point in time versus what we see right now, it is very, very different. And I want to make sure that we are considering that as we move into this process and honor truly all of the steps it takes to be legal and all of the compliance and everything that they do with all, not just the county, but all of the other agencies that they're going through and having inspections with to continue to operate. So I just want us to.
I agree.
Yeah. So can we give direction to staff to provide updated findings?
Yes.
Or reinforce and clarify how these findings, the findings are like a sentence. Maybe those findings have a report connected to them. Maybe there is data connected to them, but a finding that is one sentence saying X to eliminate business from a whole entire region seems to be on very thin shaky grounds. So I would like to have more understanding of where these findings came from and make sure that our findings for excluding business from whole regions, which is like a third of the county, 20% of the county, are set in solid foundations. I think that's a consensus.
Okay. We can certainly start to engage with Mentor Harnish and Rincon and County Council to evaluate, the existing findings and kind of bring that back. I don't think that's accomplishable by the next meeting.
I don't think so either. I think you're gonna have to do a lot of homework on recreation use and everything else and how it's impacted.
And then very, very last thing, just to address one of the public comments about abatement. There are state and county and RCD organizations that are working to do that abatement, and it depends on how they were abandoned and what that status is. But there's ways to work to try to remediate that. So just know that that's available.
May I ask a question?
Please.
Previously, the direction was for the next meeting to bring back the tables. Is that something that you would like to do, or wait until we can bring, the bulk of the rest of this back for review? I mean, I think I've got a good understanding of, what the commission wants to see in those tables. But happy to bring them back as a standalone item for the next meeting. Just want to make sure that we're effectively using our time as we review these topics going forward.
I think we're in, in support of being as efficient as possible. And so if it's efficient to just bring that before us at the next meeting, or it's more efficient to compile the, more homework that we've given you to bring that forth to us at a future date, that's not too far from now, then, yeah.
I think the question is too, whether we just wanted to bring that one section for commercial cannabis back, or if we want the revisions in all of the tables to come back as well. So I think that's a good point of differentiation. I think the commercial one for cannabis would be one that we could go through quickly if that was to come back. But yes, I do think as a whole, if we could get them back, one more faster glance at them, as most of the adjustments would have already been included. So just catching final errors. So just giving, a very quick, maybe a shortened time period for those or something like that to help us get that back to Mentor Harnish, so then they're ready to go into the public comment draft.
Updated with our recommendations.
Yes, that we've made at the previous meetings.
Yeah, and that should be nice and fast. Yeah, I concur. Fellow commissioners?
Yes.
So you would like to see all the tables at once? Okay, I can't promise that that's accomplishable for the next meeting.
Okay.
Would we want to chunk it? Try to get a portion done next meeting and then a portion the meeting after, or no?
I just, it's what is accomplishable by staff. And would it be more feasible to take a portion of it at a time? Because it is extensive.
I think the changes to the cannabis tables, we could bring back for the next meeting, and staff can take that on. The overall revisions to the tables are really a consultant task.
Yeah.
And so if that sounds like a plan, I guess that's what we'll shoot for the next meeting, to make the revisions that we discussed tonight to the cannabis section of the tables, bring that back for the next meeting. And then I will provide a status update as far as timeline, and just orient us all more effectively to what we need to be cognizant of from a timeline perspective, so we don't get well off track, which we're teetering on the edge of currently.
Okay, thank you. That sounds good.
Fellow commissioners, you're good with that? Okay.
And then I'll just reiterate, as having to watch the last meeting, we really need to speak in the mic. It's really hard to watch the meetings and hear what we're saying later. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any more input for this administrative draft?
So Are we getting back to the limitation on location to cultivate cannabis?
Yeah.
Drew's question, okay.
Yeah.
So why was within 500 feet of an authorized school bus stop deleted?
Over the past several years, we've encountered some significant difficulties in getting that information from the various school districts initially, and I don't remember, but in the last couple of years, staff reached out to ask if there were, if those bus stops were mapped in GIS. My understanding of it, not to say that it's comprehensive, but my understanding of it is that those bus stops, some are like somewhat permanent, but that they change potentially on an annual basis, depending on where, people live and the age of their children and things like that. So it's certainly something that is exceptionally difficult to administer in this current annual license paradigm, where those are typically updated in the summertime, as I understand it. And so that would be typically in the middle of an annual license. And so that I guess is the rationale as to why that was struck.
Okay. And then I think we talked about this under definitions, where there's a limitation. You have to have, you can't have cultivation on a legal parcel without a legal dwelling or without an active, you've deleted building permit and put in dwelling permit, and we don't know what dwelling permit is. So is basically what you're saying, a legal parcel without a legal dwelling, because legal dwelling now includes the DUPs for RVs and that kind of stuff?
So the change was just to clarify that a building of any nature does not meet the dwelling requirement. So that's why that specific change was made to refer to dwelling instead of building permit.
But there's no such thing as a dwelling permit.
I would disagree with you.
Okay. Maybe we could put it in the definitions then?
Sure.
Okay.
Would that be equivalent to other districts' occupancy permits? So upon completion of a building and final sign off by an inspector, some other districts receive a permit of occupancy. That's the dwelling permit Trinity County's equivalent? We just call it something different.
Occupancy is not necessarily a term that is solely for a dwelling. There are various types of occupancy. So
Okay.
we'll figure that out, and we'll include a definition that addresses the intent there. I think related to that, not that I necessarily want to get us down this rabbit hole, but is the requirement of a dwelling.
Mm-hmm.
So other than those two questions, I would like to keep all of the other limitations on where to cultivate cannabis.
Could you be more specific, just so I'm tracking along? Do you want me to share screen again? And that would at least help me to understand what specific sections you're referring to.
Well, you have Section D, limitation on location to cultivate cannabis. I thought that's what you were asking us for direction on.
Sorry, I'm referring to more specific subsections when you say you want to keep all of, maybe I'm just fading mentally at this point.
I want to keep A through H.
So the only thing that's struck in A through H is B.
Right.
So again, the question that I have from the standpoint of administering these code sections is, one, how will we determine on an annual basis if the school districts are, not able to necessarily provide?
No, I'm saying that's fine to delete that.
Okay, so that's where I'm not tracking. You said you want to keep everything A through H, but
Nope,
B.
nope, I agree. I understand now. Thank you. So I want to keep everything you've proposed in the draft, A through H, including deleting section B.
Any more additions, fellow planning commissioners?
No.
Okay.
Hey, I think I would like to go back to that we were on, the last meeting was medical provision for caregivers. We never did, I don't think, finalize anything on that as far as making some kind of a
Thing.
in there for the original 215.
Drew?
Yeah, we absolutely
Did we
landed
finalize?
on direction to staff
Okay,
to
okay.
craft a medical section. Yep.
Okay, sorry, I
I
go up with all of it.
I have a go back, but it's from 2 meetings ago. Do you want me to hold it until later or address it really quickly?
I think it would be appropriate to hold it till later.
Okay.
Yeah. I think, yeah, in that case, if there's no more comments on pertinent to this portion of the special meeting, we're going to close this special meeting.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you guys.
Oh, you're.
Beautiful lady. Yes. Thank you, Debbie.
Short one again. Jeez.
Some nice staplers. Staples.
Yeah, paper looks good, huh? It's ingenious, actually.
Works okay.
I like it.
Did Drew come up with that?
Oh,
And no staples?
Yeah, I can't cope.
A staple or just the hand fold staple?
Hand fold staple.
Yeah.
That's old school. Yeah.
How po we are.
I always liked the, like, just fold two sides. My nose.
It's pretty bad when the county can't afford staples, huh?
No.
Should have a bake sale.
No.
I mean, I don't think we're gonna have time. We're gonna have to.
Duncan, I have to get up at 4 a.m., Duncan.
You know, man, you're.
I know, I don't want any perception of issues.
The end of that
Be
meeting.
2 Thursdays from now.
So,
Yep.
We went an hour and a half almost beyond what we anticipated.
Do
Hour and 15.
So
So we're gonna, yeah. So
I will,
I'm gonna send what I got.
Drew and ask him to forward them to everybody else. Okay.
Good evening. I'd like to call this regular 2026 meeting of the Trinity County Planning Commission to order. At this time, the Planning Commission serves as an advisory board of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors on land use matters, including zoning, development proposals, and planning policy affecting the county. Members of the public may comment on any item on tonight's agenda when the item is called. Please wait to be recognized by the chair and direct your comments to the commission. We ask that speakers maintain respectful conduct and keep comments within the allotted time so everyone can have the opportunity to be heard. I will now open the general public comment period to items not listed on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. Is there any public comment? Hi.
I'm Tiffany Thurman from Hayfork. And when I first started this business about Wi-Fi and the environment and dangers, I'm not talking about the tower, okay. There were 10,000 scientific peer-reviewed studies that showed harm from this kind of energy coming out. Today, there's 11,000 scientific peer-reviewed studies. And one that came out today, or this week, is electromagnetic biology and medicine. It was a study done in India, and they found that people who lived 180 feet from towers, their white blood cell counts were equal to smokers. And if you use your cell phone 4 to 6 hours a day, your lymphocytes increase, cardiovascular risk, and it's worse in 30 and younger, surprisingly. Chronically elevated white blood cell increase implies inflammation and immune system stress. In India, their safety requirements are 10 times lower than in the US. So this study came out with values 10 times lower than what we are being exposed to. And just to remind you that the FCC has not updated radiation safety limits since 1996, ignoring decades of research. One other thing, let's pretend, if you'll humor me, pretend we're a cell membrane and our whole purpose is to protect what comes into the cell and get the bad stuff out. Now, one of the most proven scientific studies on this Wi-Fi stuff is that it affects our voltage-gated calcium channels. Because what's happening is tiny little microwatts of electricity are flying through the air and hitting our bodies. And when that hits our cell membrane, it disrupts the cell membrane's main job, and it opens up these channels. So now you have calcium flooding into our cells that's not being regulated. But the same thing happens for potassium and sodium. So it's not like there's nothing to consider here. I know you guys are hamstringed by federal law, but I really want to point out that Epstein files have shown that the COVID thing was a big plan. There's a lot of collusion going on in the upper echelons of people who run our country. Telecom communications people are some of the most powerfulest people on the earth. They control the amount of information we get. So I say that they are suppressing the harm of this technology. And we, the people, are the final line. Like, you guys are the only people and the Board of Supervisors that can stop this. So I hope that you remember that the only way evil can triumph is when good people turn away and do nothing. Thank you.
Gary Shuri, Hayfork, and I know this may or may not be within your, well, it is in your jurisdiction, considering the fact that all this is going to affect us all. Well, this is Dr. Nick Bajane. He wrote a book in 2006, and in that book, he talks about controlling the human mind, the techniques of political control, or tools for peak performance, technology and civilization, electronic behavioral control, biological control systems, electrotherapeutics, anyway, that's the gist of it. I know that people like Peter Thiel and other people that are, by the way, connected to the Epstein files, there's 2,200 of Peter Thiel's emails or whatever it is connected to that. He's the one that owns Palantir, that is trying to put in drone technology and other technologies into the fifth generational war space. And yes, last time I was here, we weren't in a war, but today, technically with what's going on in Iran, I would say that we are in a war. Anyway, I just, like I said, he wrote this book and it was about COVID-19, 5G, and AI wars. And it was written quite a while ago, but I think its relevancy is still with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment in the room? If there is not, we can go to Zoom.
We have Tom Blanco.
Go ahead, Tom.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Tom Blanco, Douglas City. I mentioned last time I've been a little bit less attentive to planning commission meetings lately than I'd like to be. So forgive me if I'm being redundant or missed something, but some time back, I don't remember how many of you commissioners were actually there at the time. I know Carol was, and I think Commissioner Barrett also. We had made some progress on Trinity County Code section 15.04.200, which is the Building Department Appeals Board. I'm just going to read you the one sentence description of what that is. The Building Department Appeals Board is created to hear and decide appeals of orders, decisions or determinations made by the county building official relative to the application and interpretation of the county code. This is part of code. This is not new ground. We just don't have the commission or the appeals board, as far as I know. We made some progress, like I said. I believe actually it was Commissioner Sharp that was heading it up. And I think we lost momentum when he left the commission. Given some of the new building code adjustments we've made, the ag exemption, the LDRD, I think the county would be well served by implementing this panel. This is not a dig at our building official. He is experienced and knowledgeable and knows Trinity County. Got no problems with Jim Santiago. I also know in the decade it took us to implement LDRD in this county, many of the proponents, Commissioner Frazier, then Supervisor Frazier, Supervisor Gogan, Commissioner Horde, and Jim did not see eye to eye. So I think that is not the only reason. There's many reasons to have what county code implements. The building department appeals board, I would love to see us pick up momentum and establish that board. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
We also have Holly Cat.
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yep, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? I don't hear anyone back. Well, I'm just going to talk. Well, good evening, esteemed planning commissioners. My name is Holly Katarancic. One of you asked the last meeting if 5G is so dangerous.
Hey, we're not talking about 5G because that is on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
But
So,
this is something that is not pertinent to the agenda.
Okay, can I talk about this later?
If it's with regards to the cell tower in Hayfork, then yes, you may.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Those are all the comments.
Okay. We'll close public comment and move to community development, approve the minutes or amend the minutes from February 26th.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
We got a motion and a second. All those approve of all those in favor of approving the minutes as written, say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. We can go ahead and move forward to community development, planning, P-24-14, wireless communications facility in Hayfork. Item continued from January 22nd, 2026. Staff.
Hi, Angel Chapel, Assistant Planner. So we've brought this project back. We've received more comments from the community, and that's been included in a memo that was published with this agenda for this meeting. And then also with, Drew Plabani visited with County Council, and and he wrote up a memo in regards to what was discussed as far as the scope of our review. And so the goal being today to review this project and go over conditions for the project. And that if the Planning Commission is unable to reach a consensus and approve it with the conditions, then the project will still move forward under federal law and be deemed approved regardless. It's just whether or not the county will get to apply conditions to the project. The Verizon has submitted the building permit for the tower for review. And so after this planning commission, any conditions will be applied at the building permit or to the building permit. If conditions are not agreed upon, then the building permit will proceed without conditions.
Thank you. Is there any clarifying questions for staff, fellow commissioners? If there is not, I will move this to public comment. Public comment in the room.
Hi there, Badette Vanderweide, Lewiston. I'm here today to comment on this agenda item, P2414. I want to frame this comment very clearly. At its core, this is a land use, environmental, and cumulative impact decision, exactly the type of decision you're responsible for. Wireless facilities are not one-time installations. Once approved, they introduce ongoing operational impacts, emergency lighting events, maintenance activity, erosion, and access disturbances, and the potential for future locations and expansions grows. Over time, these impacts accumulate and extend beyond the tower site. That's why these projects must be evaluated not just for their immediate footprint, but for their long-term land use consequences they bring to rural communities just like ours. My family lives, as many of you know, adjacent to an existing wireless facility in Lewiston. So these impacts are not theoretical for me. They are very personal. We've documented and given them to y'all. Recurring nuisance conditions, including emergency lighting events that illuminate neighboring homes, agricultural fields, livestock, and the surrounding valley for extended periods of time. Another issue that deserves attention is the monopine tower design, which is often used to visually disguise these cell towers. Through a consultation with a telecommunications attorney and a review of our related case here, we learned that these monopine structures commonly use faux pine needles made of PVC plastic and branches made of fiberglass reinforced plastics. I know that my mom has submitted problems that we have with these little pieces falling off of their tower. A single monopine tower can contain thousands of pounds of plastic material attached to the structure. In exposed natural environments where these towers are typically located, UV radiation, temperature fluctuations, wind, and precipitation cause these plastic needles and branches to degrade and break off. They fly all over the place. My parents are over 70 years old and they climb up to the top there because we watch it. We watch them fly off when it's windy. We laugh. We laugh. And then we go up and my parents go up and pick that stuff up because they know what it's doing. These materials don't simply disappear. You all are smart people, you're sciencey people, you know what microplastics do. Additionally, I'll let somebody else talk about that. I'm losing time. Okay, here's some things. Staff, you know I love you, but the county missed this shot clock timeline, which significantly limited the county's ability to fully evaluate this project. While I understand that staffing shortages may have been a part of this, these shortages cannot continue to function as an operational barrier to proper review. Moving forward, I respectfully ask that the county implement a clear publication notification process when initial telecommunication applications are initially submitted. Early notice would allow both the public and planning commissioners to engage in the review process from the beginning rather than becoming aware of late projects. Thank you, sorry.
I just was reminded that we allow the applicant to speak first before the public. And so I would like to just if you would like to come up and speak, it's kind of now it's out of turn. I would just like to give you the choice. If we could continue with the public comment, or if you would like to just, go ahead and come up here.
Thank you for that, Nick Tagus again, on behalf. I would prefer to allow our folks here within the community to speak first, give them their time they've waited, and then I can come back at the very end, address any comments or answer any questions, and then we can address any of the letters that were submitted. if that's,
Thank you.
yeah, of course. Thank you.
Mhm. Any more public comment in the room? Yeah.
Tiffany Thurman again. When we spoke to our counsel in Washington DC, who's a telecom specialist, she said that the shot clock is there, but if there's problems, if there's some kind of legitimate concern, that the shot clock is not like a guillotine that comes down. You have wiggle room on that. I don't think Verizon would want you to know that, but that's true. I also went to the fire department board 2 days ago and spoke with them. And my biggest question to them was CEQA requirements and how this site requires an exemption 3, which I guess is a big in-depth look into things that are concerning because of where it is. Number 1, it's a residential. Number 2, it's a high fire zone. And number 3, it only has one road in and out. So I asked the fire department, like, where's the fire plan? And they admitted that they just really don't know much about like the cell tower energy and things. That he knows about fighting fires and he knows about first responders, but he doesn't know much about this. And I just want to say for all of us, you know, this is a rigged game. None of us have really much power, and the little power that we have left is you know, we're being threatened. You have to do it now. You have to decide now. I just think that this is the worst place you could possibly put a cell phone tower in Hayfork. And I think part of that exemption 3 is also completely evaluating other sites that might be better for this. So I also feel like, and I'll be interested, you said that only 10% of Trinity is covered, right? Last meeting, you said something about 10% of this area was covered.
Ma'am, please address the commission.
Oh, sorry. Okay, that's what I think he said. So our legal counsel pulled up the FCC map and showed that where this tower is going, there's 100% coverage. So again, a little sleight of the hand talk there. I think we really have to keep our eyes open about this and use every tool at our disposal to protect ourselves and to protect our children. Thank you very much.
Gary Shrew, Hayfork. I just know that somebody like myself, I always look back at history. I look back, I even watch city council meetings from the city of Fortuna that goes way back because I care about history. And I tell you, one day, the children of Hayfork are going to look back at what is going to happen in this room tonight. And they're going to remember that I stood up and I tried to stop this. Thank you.
If there's no more public comment in the room, then we can go to the virtual public comment.
We have Holly Cat.
Holly, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you just fine.
Hi, I'm Holly Cat from Hayfork. One of the esteemed board members asked if 5G is so dangerous, why even come to Weaverville? That is a question that I would like to answer, because we have to keep questioning, just like we had to question the tobacco industry, because everyone would just be smoking now. Mothers would be smoking, just like we had to question the fluoride in the water. These are important questions, and we need to push back. This is an important topic, and we need to protect our land, because I love this community. I want this community to thrive. We deserve to live in a land that is beautiful, that is functional, that is mountains, rivers, clean air for our children, for our prosperity. We need this. We need to push back on these towers. History teaches us very important lessons with this. Fluoride was considered harmless for decades because people didn't feel the effects right away. Just because we don't feel the effects doesn't mean it's not dangerous and we shouldn't question it. We need to get that through our heads and start asking questions. That's why I'm asking serious questions about this proposed stealth monopine tower at 320 Reservoir Road in Hayfork. The FCC exposure guidelines we rely on today were created, just like many of our other esteemed community members have said, we haven't done testing since 1996. I think that needs to happen before we approve this. That absolutely needs to happen. We need to ask questions, and they need to get approval and actual testing immediately. We need to see it. We need to see it happen. There's also environmental concern. Monopine towers, as you've heard, these microplastics are dangerous, very dangerous for our water. These are next to our water supply. These creating potential risk to groundwater in an area that already faces water challenges. We're not asking you to reject progress. We are asking for caution and responsibility. Please pause approval of this project. Request an independent review, consider the design and location, and ensure that our water, environment, and community and health are protected. We love Trinity County. We love Trinity County enough to speak up now before our future generations pay the price. Thank you for listening. I love you all. God bless America.
Thank you. Any more public comment?
Yes, we have Lina Hadas.
Yes. Yes, this is Lina Haidas, a resident of Hayfork. I am here. I wanted to talk to you as a neighbor because when this meeting ends and everybody goes home, we all share the same kind of goal, which is peaceful, happy life in our own communities. And we, your community in Hayfork, we feel like somewhere along the way we were treated as we are replaceable. Just numbers on some corporate spreadsheet, but we are the soul of this place. This is why we're here. This is where we're planting our roots. We are the ones who will be left with the consequences when all these companies move on. We don't want to be some published scripts. We want to hear the truth about this thing. The risks this project brings to our home and our community cost the ground that we all share, and we all need to unite. We all need to stand together and start acting like a community, like a whole. And I wanted to, in addition to what Vidette was saying earlier, I have an email I'd like to read to you from our attorneys, Zoe and Bob, from the law offices of Robert J. Berg. This is what she sent us. Monopines are intended to disguise cell towers, and as such are often located in sensitive environment where wireless communications providers are required to mitigate a tower's aesthetic impacts. However, these companies fail to disclose that the fake pine needles attached to the monopine towers are made out of PVC plastic, and that the monopine branches are made out of fiberglass reinforced plastic. A 110 or so foot monopine contains thousands of pounds of plastic materials in the exposed natural environment, subject to high levels of UV radiation from the sun, dramatic shifts in temperature, high winds and rain or snow. The fake pine needles and the branches repeatedly degrade and break off or shed from the towers, creating widespread plastic debris fields below. Their team, I'm working with a team of local activists and lawyers in Lake Tahoe, California, that surveys several existing monopine signs around the Lake Tahoe, California basin. Volunteers found massive amounts of fallen, brittle PVC plastic needles at the base of each monopine tower site, along with chunks of broken fiberglass, reinforced chunks of broken fiberglass, reinforced plastic branches. If you watch these plastic fragments are carried by winds and rainfall into adjacent waterways. No matter how you slice it, there is no way to contain these plastic at the tower sites. After the team discovered the plastic and microplastic shredding problems associated with the monopine cell towers, we began working with microplastic experts at Le Monde Dobré Earth Observatory, the Scientific Research Center of Columbia University Climate School. The scientists say that the microplastic shedding from the monopine cell towers installed around the lake contribute to the microplastic pollution loaded in Lake Tahoe. Think about that. Don't leave us hanging. We need to unite on this. And
thank you, Lina.
questions, like Holly said, just ask questions. We need answers. I need them on paper. And yeah,
Thank you,
thank you.
Lena.
We don't have any more comments.
We're going to close public comment, bring it, allow the applicant opportunity.
Good evening, commissioners and the public of Trinity County. Again, my name is Nicholas Tagus with 51 Wireless on behalf of Verizon and Everest. Since the project is now deemed approved without conditions, our client would rather work with the county to have a more formalized approval process that does include conditions. Those conditions that staff has already laid out with a post-installation EME report is what we believe is the best path moving forward. Obviously, it's unfortunate that the 150 days did expire. But again, our client is willing to work with the county as a good steward with providing these communication services. So what we would advise is what's in line with county's own staff report, as well as the county's director's report that was associated with county council, which is to approve the project with certain conditions, obviously minus the light that on top of the tower, which is in violation of federal aviation rules. But that we also add to that the condition that once the tower is installed, they do a post-EME report. If there is any other decision that's rendered that's not a formalized approval, then obviously, according to federal rules, it would be approved without conditions. And we would prefer that we do have conditions here so we can go through the building permit process and then also have that post-EME report after installation.
And what is an EME report? What does EME stand for?
So EME stands for electromagnetic emissions. That's light. The only reason why you can see me right now is because I'm radiating onto you. The only reason why our phones work is because they absorb light. The only reason why our phones work is because they absorb light or they send out light. Light is data. There's two types of light. There's light that hurts us, which is the sun. That's why my face is red. I've been burned by the sun with ultraviolet rays. There's non-ionizing and there's ionizing light. Non-ionizing doesn't penetrate the epidermis. And that's what is an EME report. It analyzes electromagnetic emissions at the ground level.
Thank you.
And that's an international standard, not just FCC standards.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Just a very general one for maintenance after installation. What does a frequency for maintenance visits look like for such an infrastructure?
Very good question. So once the tower's been installed, there's usually a quarterly appearance with a couple of technicians in a light duty pickup truck, 1500 Silverado, 150 Ford SUV. They'll go and take a look at the site, make sure the equipment's working properly, make sure that if any branches have fallen down, that they have to, put those back on. There's also strict standards within the code with code enforcement violations, but more importantly, what's more restrictive is the lease agreement that's in place with the underlying landlord. There is an indemnity focus as well as a clause within the lease that talks about violating the lease, which is keep your lease area clean of debris and clutter. And the landlord can have rights to evict them if they don't cure that within a certain period of time. So there's going to be at minimum, a quarterly inspection of the site. And then there's two stopgaps to ensure that the site is maintained properly, both with the civil side with the lease, but also with code enforcement with the county.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Typically, how long does it take for the needles, branches? What's their lifespan? How long do they typically take to fall off?
So I don't have the answer about the lifespan of needles falling off of a branch. I don't know that. What I do know is that the branches themselves adhere to California code compliance, and they could last between 5, 10, 15 years. It depends on if there's a major winter storm. We recently had a massive fire in South Lake Tahoe up in the mountains, and the only thing that was left standing was the cell tower, including the branches.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, there's concern over, like the foundation, the erosion that we've seen documented at other cell towers. What can be done to mitigate that? And is there, if there is erosion, is there mitigations and requirements from the county to ensure that that erosion is mitigated?
So I'm here with our landlord, the Water District, but before he speaks, just so you know, every wireless infrastructure, utility infrastructure is required to undergo a very stringent requirement that it adheres to California Building Code, both for engineering, soils retention, and that is reviewed by your own county before the building permit is even issued. So the first thing that happens is there's a soils test that occurs. So they drill holes into the soil that figures out how much water is in the ground and at what depth and what type of soil. And then that will determine the type of foundation that's required for the tower itself. Beyond that, there's a erosion control plan that's required by the county building permit code. There's a lot that has to go into it before the county issues the actual building permit to build the site. So with that, I'll hand it on over to the Water District.
Just to talk a little bit about the erosion. So the actual piece of land that it's going to sit on was originally going to be where our potential water treatment plant, our new one, was going to go. So this entire piece of this 5-acre piece was purchased for a new water treatment plant. And so we're in the process of getting a grant for a new water treatment plant. So this entire piece is going to be hopefully built into about a $40 million water treatment plant. So this little chunk was already in process of being built into a flat, has the road that's in there is in process of being built for an access for the water treatment plant that's being put in. So all of this was, the cell tower was an afterthought for this entire area. So all of the potential exterior erosion that could possibly happen was, we were, as a water district, already working on this entire area and getting it ready for a water treatment plant. And we're in the next, hopefully, 2 years going to be starting the process of building a massive water treatment plant in this 5-acre area. So this cell tower is going to be sitting uphill of a very massive project that's going to be going on below it. So this was a kind of an afterthought to what's going to be happening. So the erosion, even after they're done with their stuff, we're going to be doing a ton of permitted, but work all the way around it on upgrades once the grant gets put through. So
Thank you.
Well, I visited the site and it's actually pretty level where the tower is proposed to go. I don't see a lot of erosion issues. And it's also surrounded by 100-foot trees, so the light is a non-issue in my opinion. Doesn't need a light at all.
Okay.
Can I ask another clarifying question for staff? So, under the staff recommendations, you're talking about potentially adopting resolution 2026-01. Does that include the recommendations by the Airport Land Use Commission on the light or not?
I just forwarded the material before because there wasn't a final determination on the project to capture whether or not the light would be present. So I kept things as it was and stated that an alternative condition could be to revise the resolution to exclude the lighting on top of the tower. And we can also revise to add the EM reporting that Nick tagged us.
Understood. I'm just trying to clarify. So the resolution as is, the current resolution does include the Airport Land Use Commission recommendation for the light.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a motion? Any commissioners like to make a motion for this?
Sure, I'll make the same one last time. I mean, I don't know if we're going to do discussion first, but I totally respect the concern, the environmental concerns, but as has been pointed out, our decision is restricted kind of to land use, and so can't fix everything. So as I made the motion last time, I move that the Planning Commission find the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 1503, adopt resolution PC 2026-01, and approve a conditional use permit based on the recommended findings stated in the staff report and subject to the conditions of approval found in resolution 2026-01.
We have a second?
I'd like to add to remove the light.
So then you would have a subsequent
Yes.
motion. Yeah, that would be the alternative. You want to make that motion?
Yeah, I like the motion to remove the light. That's not needed.
So you're moving, just to make sure, to modify Exhibit A in Resolution 2026-01, excluding the condition recommended by the Airport Land Use Commission.
Yes.
So you need a second for that.
I'll second that. Discussion?
Well, my discussion is, as the chair of the Airport Land Use Commission, I really respect the opinion of the pilots who are on the Airport Land Use Commission who recommended the light. So that's why I made my initial motion.
Well, I visited the site and it's in the middle of 100-foot trees. And if you're flying in Trinity County and you hit that tower, you probably shouldn't be flying.
Any more discussion, fellow commissioners?
And I agree. I feel sorry for the people that have to deal with it. I definitely wouldn't want a 5G tower next to my house.
Yep.
Chair, if I may. The applicant did offer to conduct that EME study. Just want to remind the commission of that and, you know, the potential that if you would like to see that happen, it would be appropriate to include that into the conditions.
Yes, that would be very acceptable.
Yep, please do.
So do you want to amend your motion to add that into the resolution then?
The first and second, do you accept that?
Okay.
Any more discussion?
I feel between the shock clock and everything else where our hands are tied, I feel horrible for the people that have the concerns, but we are completely hands tied at this stage.
I agree. And, you know, I did look a bit more, try to hunt down more data about property values associated with them. And it's really hard to track. The international studies say very conflicting things. The American studies are few and far between. And so, you know, I think that's the hardest part as the Planning Commission, that we're here to protect property values and as one of our objectives, and knowing that we need 5G and redundancy and resiliency within our system to support growth and to support industry and to support use and accessibility as we want to continue to develop. But that not everybody wants it right next door and that's not a selling point for a property.
Nor is a water treatment plant right next door either. Okay, well, there's a motion and a second. Would you mind, or a staff member clarifying this motion?
So, to my understanding,
Mm.
we have a subsequent motion. Okay. To move, the planning commission moves that the project is categorically exempt, adopting resolution 2026-01 for the conditional use permit with exhibit A, allowing the removal of the light tower and adding that they conduct an EME study.
EME. Yeah, I mean, so it's, the language is excluding the condition recommended by the Airport Land Use Commission, alternative one.
Yeah, I'll go through the
You got it.
video.
You got it.
There was a lot there and I didn't have anything to follow. Okay. Commissioner McIntosh, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Harper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Barrett, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Fall, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Commissioner Flights, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. 4-1 to approve the project.
Can move on to reports and announcements. Fellow planning commissioners, do you have any reports or announcements?
I would like to, oh, sorry, are we starting with them or with us?
No, with you.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So I would like to, ask that for a future meeting that we revisit or ask, direct Mintner Harnish to revisit, some of the animal sizing that we designated, making sure that we, clearly are going to address for cattle coverage, and making sure that what was pulled out of RR does not apply globally. Specifically with that, I want us to tie back to the small animals such as chickens, yada, yada, from 17.15.010 of our current RR single family code, for consistency, as we previously discussed 500 animals, some arbitrary number. But the previous allocation was actually based on a square foot, so 25 animals per 20,000 square feet. I want us to go back and revisit that, so that it does not create any current conflicts with land use types and allowances. So I want to make sure that that's revisited for consistency to allow what is currently allowed. There was discussion at a previous meeting about apiaries real quick. When it gets to the EIR, it'd be beneficial that we also look on impacts to native bees, based on a density component. So apiaries have very heavy competition with native bees. We already know that pollinators are decreasing globally. And so that's something just to consider in addition to the human impacts, but this is the environmental side of it. And then I just want to make sure that I make it very clear that anything we're clarifying in our discussions related to these revisions of 2, 4, and 7, that when it's being clarified by you, Angel, by you, Drew, in these meetings, that also gets directly put into, in a sentence or two, into the zoning code. Because if we're asking for clarifications now, there's a reason why that, there's something missing. And so I want to make sure that as we go through these meetings, as there's clarifications, that we're not losing that intent and that we're not losing what our discussions are when it's written down. And so I would just ask that we pay attention to that as we continue to develop our zoning code. And then other reports, I did talk to Jill Cox recently, Supervisor Cox, relative to the architectural review committees. And so looking at alternatives for how to have those implemented, and so that I'm not the sole commissioner overseeing those. Again, I don't feel comfortable representing for Helena or representing for Lewiston. It's not my community. It's outside of my scope. And so looking to see that something for those maybe coming down the lines as proposed alternatives to how to structure those review committees so that the projects that are being proposed can move forward. And I believe that's all I have at this point. And just want to say thank you, and just know that I want to continue to see the good progress move forward on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Flights.
I just wanted to thank Drew for putting the date on the staff report. I mean, so that really helps me because I'm pulling out the staff reports and I'm trying to figure out which ones went with which meeting. And so thank you very much.
Thanks go to Debbie on that.
Okay, thanks, Debbie.
Commissioners?
I just want to reiterate that we are a very rural county. And so just keep that in mind when you're working with Minter Harnish and trying to remind them that we aren't LA, we aren't Sacramento, we aren't Redding even. And Weaverville is very urban to the rest of us in this county.
Yeah.
And I appreciate staff's time. You guys do a great job. Thank you.
I do have one go back. I am wondering, so I realize this is taking up the bulk of our agenda, and it was brought up earlier, but I already had it on my mind of what the current project list looks like. And it had been brought up previously that other projects have timelines associated with them that we're missing. And I know there's a new database, or there's a new way for tracking that or something. It was brought up recently, or Bella had been looking into it at one point, of a system for tracking those timelines. And so what I was going to ask is it reasonable that maybe quarterly during our director's report that they provide a list of the current projects, what their status are, and what time, when they were submitted, and then what the next step is, so that we kind of understand where the projects are and can track if things are getting held up, and if it's on the county side or if it's on the private landowner's side. Is that something that could be achieved in a table, or is that a very, very big lift?
No, it's very accomplishable. One of the things that I have been falling behind on, I'll be honest, amidst all of the other ongoing objectives, is the department head report outs for CDD, which are intended to be on the county website. So that does in some way will continue to provide, an overview of, projects that have come in and types of projects, but to the level of detail that you're asking for in terms of where they're at and what the next steps are. It doesn't provide that level of specificity. So I think that would be a good step, and we should have the updated the community development department reports up on the website this coming week to catch us up that I've been behind on. And then as far as where's the project at, I hesitate a little bit to get into the nuanced detail and have dialogue about potential, critique of staff or critique of applicants or their consultants, and some of the issues that we may be encountering in terms of, actually giving full detail on why they're stalled out potentially. But happy to, for sure, on a quarterly basis, if that's helpful. provide that sort of overall status update. And then, as we go forward and we have updated department head reports on the website, of course, if you guys have questions or want to, know more about that overview, or want to suggest refinements to what additional information we might be able to provide, happy to do that. I also noticed more recently to kind of what you're asking, that in zoning code currently, it says that I will be giving regular updates on the director's use permits that I've issued. So I think that ties together well with what you're asking. So I'll
Okay.
plan on it.
And then I guess more to like the status, but to the applicability of the commission more so what I'm asking is if you're finding that you continue to hit the same stumbling block and we need to look at how something's written or find ways to help massage the language to make it work, to continue to bring that to us, I guess. So if there's similar type projects that keep hitting the same wall, please make sure that we're aware of that wall.
So with cell phone towers, one of the walls is that we have the federal shot clock, the 150 days, but that doesn't take into account the CEQA review we have to do to comply with state law. And that's what held up this last project, is that it was deemed complete in last year when Bella was around. That's one of the letters she sent out. But what took so long was the back and forth for the biological assessment, cultural studies, and them needing to do revisions because they submitted material that was NINFA based, not CEQA based. And so there's a different lens that those two organizations look through when looking at a project. And so so in the CEQA phase, when they're having to do revisions to like the CEQA documents, it doesn't pause the shot clock because the federal government doesn't care about the CEQA analysis. And so it doesn't pause the CEQA review. And so CEQA can take a while to complete. And if I bring a project to you before the CEQA review is complete, then there's really nothing for y'all to state on conditions.
Okay.
And so we could brainstorm collectively on how to tackle the CEQA component and try to squeeze it down. But it's a pretty delicate balancing act, because if we don't do the CEQA component correctly, then that then opens the county up for litigation as well.
And we noticed that the CEQA is happening, right? Or they notice that the CEQA is taking place for scoping, or no?
If it is a categorical exemption, then it doesn't have to be like preemptively noticed. A notice of determination goes out after,
Okay.
like y'all have with the resolution.
And does that go into the Trinity Journal? Where is that published?
So there is no notice of preparation, similar to, what happens with an environmental impact report. The NOE gets recorded at the clerk recorder and then gets published to the clearinghouse. I think a potential improvement that we can make is to, continue to upload these to the county website, which I believe has happened historically. I'm honestly not sure off the top of my head if that's still something that we do with full regularity or consistency across the board. The other thing I wanted to point out is, related to the shot clock and FCC regs, as I understand them, there's what's called a tolling agreement, but it's effectively voluntary. So my recollection, and Angel, correct me if I'm wrong, based on your understanding, is that Bella attempted to request that project enter into a tolling agreement, given the fact that, basically 150 days is not enough time to get through the CEQA process. So again, there's just that disconnect between FCC regs at the federal level and CEQA. at the California level. So
So-
without the tolling agreement, it's almost, de facto gonna exceed the 150 days, especially if the applicants aren't providing all of the necessary studies
Yeah.
for those projects.
So we're not the only ones putting in cell towers, right? So how, do we know how Humboldt is handling that shot clock issue? Are they doing the tolling agreements? Do we know how Shasta's handling it, or Glenn or Tehama?
I'm not 100% sure, but those are also a bit more urbanized areas, so they may have a CEQA exemption already included in zoning ordinance for certain like thresholds of cell phone towers.
To assess under their EIR.
Right, and so,
Okay.
to kind of, and potentially assessed under an EIR, but to give a different example is that if you're putting in a cell tower on a location that is already paved, then we wouldn't, that jurisdiction wouldn't be requesting a biological resource assessment versus this that was happening on, bare ground, a little bit different. And so again, under that, CEQA exemption, for small facilities, if it's going on top of a building or, into concrete or paved area, then I could see where that's a much more straightforward process. Hey, we've got a project description. It's already developed. There's no even ground disturbing activities, potentially a much quicker process just to go ahead and establish that it's going to be categorically exempt and file that NOE.
So realistically, do we already have intent for additional cell phone towers disclosed that are coming down the pipe, that it would be advantageous to develop something on the county level to get ahead of, to have a different CE that doesn't require as many environmental reviews done? So do more of a programmatic style for the county to then be able to apply it to future, or is there not a need?
Well, we did get a few cell phone towers pretty much a year. I think we got 2 or 3 last year, and we're expecting another one to come in. But because it's such a vast area of like Trinity County that's undeveloped, coming up with a consistent like a exemption would be a little more difficult because it depends on the height, location, proximity to airports. And that's another thing that kind of delayed this last one, was that we had to get the Airport Land Use Commission established and go through that process.
Right, I guess, but if you had project designed criteria built in that then say if it's this far away, if it's not within these species habitats, if it's outside this, blah, 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 then you get a green light, would that be helpful? And then if it doesn't meet some of those criteria, then they need to address the components that it doesn't meet and do the assessments
And-
for those components.
That's, in part, yes, we could, expand onto some thresholds for a project of when it could be categorically exempt versus not. As far as like the species, that's what the biological assessment is for them to determine, like, do a ground survey, a biological survey, to see if there's any rare endangered species on the property. And if so, then that's when it's important for mitigation or certain other aspects. And with, my brain,
I'll jump in. So I think that what you're getting at, in many ways would be addressed in the application itself. And so, revisions to the process, whether that be a requirement for pre-application review prior to formally accepting an application, that might be one way to further evaluate what requirements will be needed, and or coming up with a more refinements to the environmental questionnaire and or some caveats that are stated in the application itself, such as, if this project is not going onto an existing facility or is not going to be installed on, a hard surface, concrete, asphalt, whatever, then you're required to submit that BRA with the initial application submission.
So we were informed that we cannot require the technical studies to be a part of when an application is deemed complete. Because we tried to take that step of having it where they submit in technical studies for the CEQA review process at the forefront so that we could review it comprehensively and try to tackle the CEQA process sooner. But then we were informed, and we also discussed with county council about that, and they're like, well, you can't require CEQA compliance or the submission of those documents at the beginning to deem an application complete.
Why?
It was some case law that went to court on in regards to that. I don't remember the exact. We could discuss more with county council and try to get those specific information to provide. But we're dealing with two separate processes,
Right.
and trying to find a path forward when they conflict.
If you put a requirement in the application to have an agreement, the agreement Drew first talked about?
The tolling agreement?
Yes. Put that in the application, that you have to have that, if that way that.
No, not from my understanding of how the tolling agreement works, because the tolling agreement stops the shot clock. So,
Exactly.
I mean, I guess if they wanted to, say, sure, we're willing to not have the shot clock apply to our project, period. I can't imagine that most cell phone companies would be willing to do that, unfortunately.
But if it's in the contract, if it's in the agreement to even apply, then what choice would they have?
Well, I think what Drew said earlier is that it's voluntary, is that we don't have, that we can't require it, right?
We can't force it to happen. It's more like if they're willing to, agree.
Well, you're not
to it.
forcing them to sign it to put in the application.
True. So we can definitely dig into more as far as, what level of CEQA documentation can be required for an application submission. I don't recall it exactly as Angel does, but I think that what effectively it boils down to is, even if we were to be able to say, you need to give us a biological, we wouldn't be able to determine at application intake over the counter whether or not that, but the biologist who did that, whether it was sufficient. And that was one of the specific issues that we encountered, was the documentation that they gave us was really geared towards a NEPA project and not a CEQA project. And so SHN, basically had to request them to do some additional work, and that just extended the timeline.
Yeah. All right. When other projects come through the door for subdivision, for cultivation, for other permits and licenses and approvals, do they all have their CEQA done when they walk in the door, or they do it after their application is submitted?
Nope. We require an environmental document to be submitted along with the cultivation license application.
Okay, so why do we treat this differently?
Again, we're somewhat in conflict in our recollection of what guidance we received, so we'll dig into it and clarify.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, hopefully I wasn't boring the rest of the committee.
No, it's really important. They're happening, a couple a year are happening, and it's good to get a system down.
I'd like to.
Clock seems draconian in my sense.
I mean, it's based on non-response, right? So that's why it's theirs, because they were developing projects and not getting response at some point. And so they needed the de facto approval at some point in their timeline that, oh, we have 10 projects out there. They're not getting approved. We're not moving forward. And so then somehow this came along and it gives them the facto, like, okay, you don't get response by this time, you can go to your project.
And I think it's because it's characterized as critical infrastructure.
But yeah, if we can find ways to streamline getting that front loaded to help with that, or streamline something on the county level so that there's existing templates, documents, references that they can plug and play to get that through faster. Let's look at what options we have so that we can still get closer to the shot clock. I don't know if we'll get all the way there, but let's see what ideas we can look at to help move that forward on a timely fashion.
Another thought that I had, and I hesitated to actually insert that thought into the contemplation of the conditions, but rereading those conditions, BMPs is a very broad and expansive acronym. So perhaps in future conditions, we might want to specify which BMPs or which type of BMPs should be applied, so that we're creating, just more clarity for ourselves and for that project proponent in terms of the conditions of approval. But
does the county have a standard BMP list that is utilized across projects for erosion control or building?
I think it's somewhat, respective to the type of project, right? So like for a forestry project, the BMPs are going to be based on forest practice rules. For a lot of them, they could be BMPs from, the construction general order, from water board. For cannabis, right? The BMPs are going to be some mashup of water board or CDFW. So maybe yes, in terms of for a type of project, there's, some more clear list of what types of BMPs would apply based on the scope or type of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, is there anything else you'd
Just,
like to add?
I wanted to say, don't forget Tom Belenko's comment about establishing the Building Department Appeals Board. I think that has to be the Board of Supervisors. So I don't know if it comes from commissioners talking to their supervisors saying, please work on this, or planning department. But yeah, it is something that we promised we would do and have not followed up on.
I actually sent myself an email, so I didn't forget that one, since it was unrelated to the topics from this evening. But I can say that on this upcoming week's Board of Supervisors agenda, we're addressing a similar thing in terms of the solid waste hearing board, if I'm remembering the term correctly. And so we're making the change, rather than having a board that needs to be formally established, we would be utilizing an existing resource of a hearing officer. So I could foresee that there's the potential to move the building appeals board or panel or whatever it is to a hearing officer that then can, take on these hearings across the various places where just, decisions could and should be able to be appealed.
Perfect. Thank you.
I've heard some concerns from constituents that the ag exemptions and LDRDs might be, there might be a bottleneck keeping them from proceeding forward. And we've had a lot of discussion, and those were some, I feel, major victories within our planning to have those go through. And so maybe at this next meeting, you could provide us with an update of how many are in the hopper, and if there is a bottleneck, why is there a bottleneck, and what can we do to relieve that?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yep. Related to that, I'm hopeful that maybe, and time just keeps moving so quickly, but maybe for the second board meeting in April, we will get some needed revisions to building code, which I think ideally will address some of the bottleneck and some of the lack of clarity that exists related to ag exempt structures. As an example, I wasn't a part of when that was established, but I believe it came before the Planning Commission. And in my review of it more recently, I think that the way that ordinance was crafted is not, it's not really, it was put into the exemptions section of building code. And from my perspective, like what is exempted from an within LDRD or within ag exempt is to meet the standard requirements of California Building Code or International Building Code, not to create a process by which no one ever goes to the site to see what was built and actually verify that they built what they said they were going to build, and that the minimum standards that still apply in terms of fire code are still met. Setbacks, defensible space, all of those kinds of things. So there's definitely some room for improvement in that process in terms of just verifying that, what was proposed is being constructed and utilized for the intended purposes, as an ag exempt structure. So there's more there. At the next meeting, I'll provide some clarity on that in terms of, further evaluating it and seeing if it needs to come back to the planning commission. I don't think the revisions that we're proposing don't have any impacts on the zoning districts that they're allowed in. So when I clarify that, if we are proposing to change that, then it'll come before you all.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just get clarity on our next few months? So we're gonna meet on March 26th? Okay. And then, April 9th?
I don't know that we've considered scheduling for April, but we do have a couple CUP projects, CUP cannabis projects in the queue, which I believe, at least one or two of them should come forward before y'all in April. Debbie, do you remember, my brain's starting to fade, what we noticed for the 26th already?
The hemp ordinance,
Thank you.
industrial hemp.
Yep.
I will be unavailable the second meeting in April, so just wanna, in case there's any other conflicts, just wanna make sure that you still have a commission if you need to have a meeting that date.
I'll be unavailable on the meeting. It sounds like the first one will be on the 9th. Is the first meeting of the month on the 9th of April?
Yeah.
Yeah, April 9th.
Yeah, that's spring break for 9 and 23. Yeah, I will not be at the 9th meeting. So will those be general plan update meetings, or will those have projects before us?
I guess we'll figure that out, and I think in terms of the overall, kind of engagement going forward on zoning code, ideally the board will provide us with some clarification of sort of how they want to start engaging, and we'll come up with a more clear strategy, at least in terms of what their desired engagement is with that process between now and May, and then also clarify in terms of what will happen during that public review draft, release and review timeframe, whether or not, they would like to see joint study sessions between board and planning commission. So I will keep you updated on that at the next meeting, pending the outcome of Tuesday's discussion.
Our next meeting is the 26th, I take it?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. And that will be a regular scheduled meeting, 6 p.m. I believe.
really?
Right? Huh? Really?
I'm getting really attached to these 7-hour meetings. I'm kind of disappointed that we're wrapping up here. Any other half-hour discussions we want to get into, or?
All right,
Do every day.
Deputy Director of Community Development.
There is no longer a deputy director currently working for the county, but we'll change that in the agenda at some point. I just want to thank you guys for all of the time that, you've spent going through zoning code, and I know it's a lot, and I really appreciate your feedback, and it's valuable. So thanks for sticking it out with us and with the public, and
Yeah,
we'll get there.
the feeling is mutual, staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a very heavy lift. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.